everyone, and welcome to the Women in Leadership Esports series featuring Teamfight tactics. My name is Nekkra, and I am so lucky to be joined by the one and only Risa. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. We've had a lot of fun even before this call, but I am so stoked for this tournament. I had the pleasure of working with you briefly for the regional finals, and now we finally get to cast together. So I am more than stoked about this event.
Oh, I am too. And I think one of the things that I am most excited about is not just casting with you, but being able to celebrate some of the best and brightest in the community that TFT has to offer. And tonight, we are featuring 8 of the top women players in the community. And I cannot wait to get this party started, Risa.
Yeah, some of these competitors have played in tournaments with us before, and then while others, this is probably their first tournament ever. So I'm not quite sure what their playstyle is going to look like because sometimes on ladder it might be completely different from the pressure
Mhm.
from the tournament style. So I am super stoked to see these 8 players who have never been in the same tournament together finally be in this location for us to view.
Yeah, plus they get a chance to all be in the same lobby together. And let's go ahead and pull up those players for you so you get a chance to see who we're going to be featuring tonight. We've got Betsy, we've got Emily, HappyMuffinn, iCandyyy, we've got Luna Love, Sarah Bellum, Jane, and Yiggles. Risa, this is a stacked lobby for sure, but who are you kind of most excited about seeing tonight?
Honestly, every single one of them. I've known all each and every one of these players. I have to say though, for Yiggles specifically, she is a player who doesn't really stream often, and she has participated in the NA competitive esports scene in both the TL Open qualifiers and winning that into our face qualifier one event by giantslayer. So I'm happy to see her back in one of our tournaments, and I'm rooting for her a little bit just because I haven't seen her streamed.
Oh, I'm so pumped to see Eagles perform as well. But I think my personal favorite, I've got to say, if I had to pick one, is Luna Love. Now, this is a player that I have followed for a long time in the constructed Hearthstone esports scene, and I know that she is just able to tackle so many different games that she puts her mind to, and I think that's one of the things that inspires me the most about this particular player. Not to mention, Luna just played at a Hearthstone Battlegrounds tournament just like not too long ago, today, and now she's going to be competing in the Teamfight Tactics Women in Leadership Esports Series tournament tonight. So you know she's warm and ready after participating in a different auto battler.
Yeah, out of all the contestants, Luna might have a little bit of an upper edge just because of the fact that she has been in so many of these competitions before, even though they weren't TFT exclusive. But the pressure and the nervousness of being so in some of your like newest tournaments might get to some of these competitors. So we'll have
Hmm.
to see if it does happen or no. Like all these players, of course, has been here for so long that they'll just be naturally playing through it. And I'm excited to see what kind of competitions they'll bring into the table today.
Oh, I'm so excited to see that as well, especially because of how versatile this particular Teamfight Tactics meta is. But the pressure is on because not only are we raising money for charity, but these players have something on the line for themselves as well. We've got a $2,000 prize pool, Risa, that all of these women get to share.
Yeah, and the distribution is very heavily towards first place, so we'll have to see if that change up their play style. So regardless of how they perform, 5th to 8th place, you guys will receive $25 as it is a charity event and we want to make sure everyone just has a good time playing in it. But again, the competition is on though because of the fact that getting to that first place for half of the entire prize pool is going to be tough to get either a 1st or 8th place out, or maybe just playing it safe and just go for a top 4 comp every single game.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that too, especially because you get a chance to see some of these players' individual play styles as they might perform in a competitive setting. Plus, who knows what kind of compositions we are going to see? Is it going to be played for first, or is it going to be really like, hey, top four might be enough, especially because we are raising money for an incredible cause, Risa. We've got the Onside Fund, which is a part of the broader Onside initiative which envisions a world where all girls and women exercise their right to play. Onside Gaming will specifically seek out initiatives that promote and advocate for gender justice to and through esports and gaming, just like what we're doing tonight.
Yeah, so this is definitely for a really great cause about the empowerment. I mean, we have the players here that I'm so excited to see. We have us here, Nekkra, super happy to be co-hosting with you. So all in all, just for a really great cause. And you guys can see the donate link with the exclamation mark WW, and that will take you to them. And each of these contestants have their own individual link as well. So But back into the competition real quick though, as Nekkra you mentioned before, what kind of composition we're gonna see today, right? Like I know that there are like some really top ones like Slayers that are going to be like a S tier comp, but there are
Mhm.
some of like favorites right now. Which Nekkra, I know you started playing a lot more TFT lately. Do you have like a personal favorite of yours?
I do. My personal favorite, and it's actually netted me quite a few wins, has been cultists. And I know that's not like a super popular composition when it comes to like maybe what you might do in a competitive setting, but you might get lucky. Maybe you get a chosen cultist and you're able to get to 9 cultists on the board, which means you get that 3-star Galio, and it just like ends up snowballing to a victory. We might get a chance to see it. That's my personal hope for tonight. What
I
about
mean,
you?
in every single tournament, to be honest, there are times there's like these like four composition that we know no matter what they're going to show up, but there's sometimes that will surprise you that like underdog competition will work out. But we're going to hop into game one with HappyMuffinn here, which this is going to be one of her first tournaments. I know right before this, she said she was going to be really nervous, but I'm super excited to see what she's going to be doing.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that as well. We get a chance to take a look at the first carousel, and now we get a chance to see kind of the beginning parts of the game. But this is where I feel like I don't know. What do you go for at that first carousel, Risa? Do you try to go for the item, or do you think you have a specific composition in mind? So like maybe that's why you go ahead and like pick up the brand.
So for the first carousel, and even for like majority of the carousel, you almost never go for the unit unless it
Hmm.
gives you a 3-star out of nowhere, or for the sake of the fact that it might be a 2-star in your legendary towards the late game. But otherwise, you normally only go for the item. At the very start, I would say sword or glove is one of the most versatile and also
Hmm.
like strongest item for the meta. You can also go bow for KL. But in this case setting, she did go for Chain Vest, and she does pick up 3 brands. So it
Wow.
worked out for her. Although the Chain Vest is a little awkward for him, but it's soon to be onto a different unit, I would assume.
Possible that you may as well sell the 2-star brand and then you get a chance to maybe you get a reforger or something, you could reroll the item or what have you. But I think that's kind of exciting. Getting a chance to see the 2-star brand so early means you've got a pretty strong board.
Yeah, there's items like that we get here. I would probably like see if we can get a sword and go for a GA. At the very start of the game, we definitely want to be able to slam some sort of items. I would say that GA and Hodge are two very versatile items that could use in majority of composition. So we'll see if she is able to get a glove or a sword in this location here.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. And that's actually something I've always had like questions about, It's like when do you want to slam your items versus like maybe are you looking for using those components a little later on to put those components onto your carry per se?
I would say for the most part, after the first couple of neutral rounds, you're going to want to slam some sort of items. But like for example here, this is like really awkward location for her where she has a chain vest, a rod, and a tear. Luna's Echo is not very strong in the meta right now. Frozen Heart, definitely not. I know you want to slam. And then last but not least, there's going to be the Locket, which is something you could play with Spirit Diana right now, or not even Diana, but just in general Spirit
Mhm.
Sharpshooters. We mentioned before there's a competition called Aegon Comp, and but that's not like a top 4 comp for a lot of players, right? It's a very
Mhm.
specific. Aegon does it really well, and maybe like if you get a great start for it early, you can get it to work too. But as you can see, she does hold her items. I would say once you get into your fourth item component, you're going to want to slam something, or at least when you have 5, that's when you know that it's getting a little bit too late. Because slamming items early can save you so much HP.
Yeah, it absolutely can. But there is a little bit of a contention going on here for this very first one. Oh, can she do it?
Dragon Soul is just so strong in the early games, especially with your Tristana in the back line there, just pushing out so much damage towards the end of the fight.
I personally love going Dragon Soul too. I think that's one of my favorite compositions right now, along with Cultist, is just like going Dragon Soul Mage, seeing if you can get up to the power spike that you need at 6 Dragon Soul. But let's go ahead and take a look at Sarah Bellum and see what she's doing on her board. Looks like she's going Cultist and Keeper for now.
Yeah, I mean, judging from this, I would say that it's a keeper game. Out of all the
Mhm.
composition in the meta right now, a lot of them are pretty flexible and you can pivot into it at any time. And even with keeper, you can pivot to a late game. But keeper is one of the most straightforward composition where you could kind of just force it from the very start. And she did hit the cannon really early, and she has a GA, which is a core component for the cannon. So I would
Mhm.
say that unless her roll down was complete unlucky, or maybe she is very lucky and she gets a four cost chosen with something completely different. I would say that Sarah is being set onto a keeper's composition and using cultists to save HP during the early and mid game.
I really like that strategy. Do you think that Sarah might, in this position, want to go up to 6 cultists before completely pivoting to keepers?
So she is already at 4 out of 6 cultists. There is a very good chance of that. So 6 cultists is never the aim. It's more of if you're able to hit it throughout the stage, all the way to the end of stage 3, and even the beginning of stage 4, it could be pretty strong. But
Mhm.
otherwise, you're really just keeping an eye out for your keeper units and anything else that could really buff up the board. So she might throw in another duelist, I believe. Um, and she might just do cultist duelist. So it's just whatever hits and what she could play as the strongest.
I feel like that's always been sort of like my personal challenge is do you go based off of the components that you get, knowing what components are going to be good for your carry, or do you go off of maybe a chosen that you get early game? I always feel like that's kind of like the hard decision to have to make in terms of what kind of composition you want to run.
Yeah, like early game, there's TFT has so many unique playstyles, right? You could either
Mhm.
come into the game being, I am a KL one trick, and you'll run for that bow at carousel and be like, this is my composition. I'm gonna make it work something like no matter what. Or a
Yeah.
lot of times when you get into masters to challenge a level though, you do have to keep in mind that your games will not always go perfectly where you will always get that bow start or whatever you need for that composition. So you do have to play pretty flexibly. So we'll have to see how Sarah does. But as we mentioned before, she does have a very good start for keeper, and nothing is really
Mhm.
holding her back at this point to just go for that composition.
Yeah, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, because of the cultist build, she does have 100 health right now, so will unfortunately choose last in this carousel. But I feel like the cloak can end up being a pretty strong component too.
Yeah, the core items that you really want for Kennen would be the GA and then a more any other AP items really will work for her. She does slam the Runons here for the Kalista,
Hmm.
which is actually really strong because she did find a Yasuo and is able to put in a duelist trait. And so now that Kalista is going to be able to push out so much damage in the backline. So mainly right now her goal is to just keep that witch tree going. But hopping over to Luna now.
Let's take a look at what Luna's going with. I see the Tom Kench on the board right now, and also that chosen siphoner here. I wonder what are you kind of thinking here about what Luna might be able to do later? Maybe go sharpshooter?
So Luna has already slammed a last whisper. This does lock her into very just AD heavy compositions, so either Talon or just sharpshooters exclusively. Other popular comps in the meta right now, such as like mages, for example, like Last Whisper would be useless for them. So meaning there's almost no way that Luna will probably transition into their comp unless it just hits perfectly for those, right? So I
Yeah,
would
absolutely.
say it's leaning towards sharpshooters right now, but she is playing very flexibly. Her econ is unfortunately a little bit on the low side. It seems like she's going for spear sharpshooters. We see her pick up some Dianas. The last restore will probably go on to is Tristana if she's able to find any. My only concern right now is that she has no Tristanas, and so which is a pretty important core unit for this composition, in my opinion.
Yeah, we're seeing Tristana kind of spread out across a couple of other boards if we're able to get that scout in, and that might mean that it could be kind of a hot contested unit that Luna might not be able to get here.
Yeah, and the part with rerolling Tristana as well, which I'm gonna assume in this case scenario is no longer going to reroll because she did level to 5. I'm curious to see. Luna again is a player who came into TFT this set and immediately, like all her other games, just performed outstandingly and climbing to the very top to challenger level very quickly. So I am curious. This is my first time being able to actually see her in a tournament setting and what type of playstyle she has.
I can't wait to see that as well. That's kind of what I've been so excited about for all of these players, right? Is this is the first time we get a chance to see them match up against each other in this lobby, in this setting. And for a lot of these players, it is maybe their first kind of big tournament experience. So, how are they going to fare under the pressure? And also, are you gonna be super contested? I think that's kind of what I am really curious to see. Still no Tristana yet. Does pick up a second Teemo, but let's see what happens in this after let's see what kind of components she gets after these Krugs.
Yeah, she's keeping her Siphoner Nasus for the time being. I mean, this is a fairly decently strong board in the sense that she got her Sharpshooter, she's slamming items into her carries, and she's able to push out a lot of damage
Ooh.
there. So she's able to get 6 goals, so econ it back up, and keeping a solid win streak going here. But stage 3 is going to be the question for her because of the fact that is she sticking with Sharpshooters completely, or is she going to need to pivot out of it, which I assume maybe by 4-1 she might? But if she puts down the locket,
Mhm.
we'll see. I mean, there's still that
Mhm.
Diana going on. Alright, the
Yeah.
locket is slammed.
Okay. Interesting. So you got to switch up your board positioning just a little bit to make the utmost use of that locket, right? Um, but I kind of wonder how this is going to fare. Like, I'm a little surprised at that. Are you kind of locked in at this point now?
I don't think you're locked in because, again, she is leveling, so I'm assuming that she might be pivoting towards something else, but at this stage,
Hmm.
it might actually maybe even be Talon and Morgana. You do want IE and other items for your Talon, but Last Whisper could work on them as well, and then Locket go on the Morgana. But the one thing is
Hmm.
that Rod, you usually do want to save for Morelos on the Morgana, which is a very key component on her. So right now,
Right.
Luna, fabulous start in middle game. She is extremely strong and is able to keep her econ and victories, but she might have a very tricky pivoting going for her when she hits stage 4-1. Because right now, these items are not ideal in the sense of any other composition outside of the Sharpshooters, maybe Slayers if she's able to find it.
Hmm.
So we'll have to see. So yeah, she's not even picking out Tristanas at this point. So I think sharpshooters might be out of the questions, or maybe it'll be a Slayer sharpshooter using Samira, so a fast 8 with the
Mm.
econ that she can get.
Oh
Oh,
nope. There
she
go
does
the.
pick it up, but goes away with the Diana.
Hmm. Yeah, now I am really curious to see what's going to happen, but here's a fight against Yiggles, who looks like they've got the Maokai and the Tom Kench on the board here. So nice front line, especially with the Nunu as well. Let's see though. Can Luna get through all the tankiness that's on this board though?
Yeah, Yiggles has a pretty insane board with all the brawlers, and unfortunately that's the last whisper, not a giant slayer, which would cut through all the health a lot more. It seems like we have pretty set pathing for a lot of our competitors. Sarah actually built another Callista, so she might run duelist later on. But we're gonna hop over to Jane, who is currently staying in third place, and she has a GA and a Morelos and also a tier. So she has two pathings here. Either she can go Talon and Morgana, so splitting the GA onto Talon, looking for IE still. But those are also perfect candidate items. It looks like she's scouting the other players with keepers a lot, Candy's Ford and Sarah,
Mm-hmm.
and she's thinking to herself, all right, maybe I was going for keepers, but it seems pretty contested right now. I'm the only one
Yeah.
without a cannon. So is this still viable for me or not? She's not holding any other keeper units either, though. So she just has items for it. But again, at this stage, she can still really go multiple directions.
Yeah, wow, this Brawlers board from Yiggles is super strong. Take a look at that runins on the Shyvana already. So definitely I think Yiggles is probably locked into a pretty strong composition there.
Yeah, I believe Yiggles had the Chiffon already with the Runan, so Chiffon just pushes out so much damage, and
I
we just see her
know.
destroying each and every comp. But looking at Jane's composition here, it's not. She's gonna fall off a bit during this round. I have yet to see all the other competitors' boards, but I would say that
Oh.
towards this end of stage, it is getting towards the weaker side. And she
Mhm.
picks up another Teemo. She could build Chalice off of this, and she could potentially go Mages. So there's just so many different flexibility that you could pivot to with these items set. Like there's mages, there's slayers, there's talon, but it seems like every direction she might potentially go into that works with GA. She's like, oh, this person already found a talent. Oh, this person already has like 10 and
Mm.
2. And it's just like really awkward for you when you're still in the middle of figuring out. She hits a KL, but no bow item, so she can't go for that one.
Oh, no. But it's good, I feel like, that Jane is in this flexible position, right? Because that means that she might still be able to pivot, and you never know when if you do pivot to something that you might just get better luck with your rolls. So, who knows if you're able to find the right pieces and be able to still make a strong board with that.
Yeah, she picks up the Kindred there, able to put in some Spirit, so the attack speed might help the backliners a bit more. But all in all, still a very tough time. Going against Emily, who is at fairly low HP, 58 HP, but finding a talent already and doing a lot of damage to the backline.
Yeah, the front line's still able to soak up quite a bit of this. You can see the Tom catch of the Maokai putting in so much work, but fortunately, I just don't think that's going to be quite enough, and it looks like Emily might walk away with this one, even after that GA.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a Timo one, not doing a lot of damage, trying his best in the corner spot there, but just not enough.
No, not unfortunately not quite enough there. But Jane still, I feel like, is in a position where she has a lot of power, where she can still pivot away to something that might be a little bit stronger. But I think we're almost getting to the point where I'm starting to get scared for her.
Yeah, but she is at 50 gold, and so 4-1 is going to be the roll down. And I'm curious for Jane where she finally decides to pivot to, seeing how the fact that there are keepers already out, or there's already like a talent player. So 4-1 is where she'll have to make the decision of where not to pivot out. And taking a look at against Candy's board, she's okay, she did a quick scout for the Nico, but Candy also is 100% going for a keeper's composition, finding a
Mhm.
Zyre already and pushing out a lot of damage.
Yeah. Ooh, it looks so close, but I don't think
The
this is gonna
Janna
be
won't be
quite
able
enough.
to. Yeah,
It's
I
really
mean, to be
hard.
fair, Candy and also Emily did take a lot of damage in the earlier rounds. And so we
Mhm.
did see them roll down to about 30 gold in order to stabilize a little bit more. So those wins were really crucial for them. Versus Jane did have a bit of a HP resource and she did really want to keep her gold at 50. And so we see
Mhm.
her like trading in that in where she is able to keep her 50 econ, but her health is going to tank a little bit lower to even out with the rest. But Sarah and Yiggles is having a wonderful time up there. Sarah, I believe, was playing Callista and just on a full win streak ever since, and then also Yiggles with her brawlers. Two
Mm.
really tough opponents, but we find a spat here. So, okay, we're going through the roll down right now. Jane is picking up a couple of keepers here, a talent as well. She's able to go with the Talon build for sure if she wanted to, which I think is what she's pivoting to currently, seeing how she picked up the Aurelias. At this stage, you're picking up so much different units, and with your remaining time, it's really hard to do a full pivot. And we can see
Mhm.
her having a bit of a struggle to find a direction. Finding a Swain at level
Ooh.
7 is so good for her, though.
Yeah, you can already start to see kind of some of the other components that the Timo was holding are actually going to go onto the board now. But now we're up against Luna, and I don't know how this one's going to go.
Yeah, so Jane didn't really get a super big power spike, but Luna is still holding her money as well. So I would
Mm.
say that for the most part, this pivot is a little bit on the weaker side. However, she does find a mage chosen. She found the Swain.
Mm.
She also has a spatula, so this is 100% she found her direction now. She's going to be playing a mage composition. Look at that roll down, 5
Ooh.
mages. This is the pivot that we wanted.
Oh yeah,
And
I
lucky
mean,
for her, she won against Luna too.
yeah, the Aurelion Soul pickup there is just so big, I feel like. It just gives you such a huge power spike, and maybe if you're able to pick up maybe a couple more Ace Souls, then you're in a really good spot, but yeah, direction has been found. That's a good feeling.
Yeah, she has a GA ready. She could go for the Gunblade for the Aurelion Soul, but in the next carousel, she's really going to be looking for that tier because Swain has just been one of the best units in this composition. And mages, even though they got a slight nerf in the previous patch, is still known to be one of the strongest in the meta right now. But Sarah over there did take
Oh,
a loss in the last round, but overall, just extremely strong still and keeping
yeah.
a majority of wins.
Cultists, I'm telling you. I was hoping we'd see it today, and I'm very excited about that. But let's go back to Luna, see what she's got cooking here. You still have a pretty strong front line there, keeping the Tom Kench just for now. Doing a little bit of scouting just to see what everybody else is kind of up to. But I am curious to see whether or not she kind of sticks to. Was it the Tristana? I think that was in the corner spot there.
I would have to go back really quickly, but it seems like she is going for it's
Oh,
Teemo
Timo.
and also the Sivir. I would say that
Hmm.
this might be leaning towards more of a Samira playstyle. Right
Hmm.
now, she did pick up a chosen Sivir, but with Cultist trait, which is not the worst, but honestly, she might trade out unless she's going for a Sivir 3 path.
Hmm.
But all in all, she's still holding 250 gold, and she's going to be taking a lot of attacks here after 4-1, the power spike of all her opponents. So this is kind of scary. I'm curious to see if she's grading out for the stage 5-1 in order
Hmm.
to do her full transition. It seems like it might be leaning towards Slayers to Mira, and honestly, at this point, that might be her route. Seeing how that
Hmm.
she slammed those items super early, but that means she might take a potential 2 more losses, and that could bring her down to about 30 HP.
That's such a scary position to be in, but we've seen players be able to get out of the word work there, and if they do end up bleeding out just a little bit. So I have faith. I have faith that Luna's gonna be one of those. Oh no, I think
No.
she got her.
She wanted the GA with
Yeah.
that would have been one of the perfect builds for the Sivir.
Oh man. Oh, it just got stolen.
Yeah, this is looking like a Sivir 3 or a Samira. She is holding on to Tryndamere in case that she finds the Samira early, or if she gets lucky with a lot of Sivir, she might go down the pathing. But I'm gonna be thinking this Sivir does get soul eventually, but we'll see.
Right. Gets the GA onto the Sivir. But yeah, I'm really curious. She's got great economy right now, so you're definitely in an okay spot to be able to take a couple of losses here and then maybe do a roll down at 5-1. So I wonder what's gonna happen though.
Yeah, the 5-1 roll down is really where we're going to see because, as you mentioned before, she's still holding on to a Tom Kench, which, yeah, like he's a great tank early game, but
Hmm.
otherwise, unless he's doing the brawler synergy or you're just playing some fortune with him, we really never really use that Tom Kench. So she still has a solid amount of units that she wants to trade off for something much stronger. Goes to Emily's board right now, which Emily is very low with 26 HP. Again, luckily, Luna has not rolled down yet, but still. Emily's taking a loss and she used up all 50 gold. This is going to be a really rough spot for Emily tonight.
Yeah. Oh man, that's not a great start. Maybe for just this first game, but ooh, Luna just picked up an Ornn there. What are you kind of making of that?
Yeah, the great thing about Ornn is, especially if you find him in stage 4, you're able to get so many items off of him that it just really catapults you for the late game when you could put it on really great units. So we do see that Tom Kench finally
Yeah.
going away. 100% agree with that decision. And we're hoping that I'll see if the Ornn actually ends up being in the unless you get a Ornn 2 very easily. I would say with this composition, he might not be as ideal.
Hmm.
However, at this very start, you do plan for a very long time in order to get as much items as possible from him.
Okay, so Betsy's got a really nice Cho'Gath on the board here, able to get a pretty powerful ultimate off, but here comes the Ornhole. I don't know if that's gonna be quite enough. Oh
Yeah,
wait, it might.
The Nico's also is a little awkward, not gonna lie. So right now with the Sivir attacking, she has all the items. This was not enough. I would think, honestly, position may have been a little bit different there. If the units weren't as spread out, the Nico might be able to land more. But unfortunately,
Mhm.
every time the Nico ulted, it hit like maybe like 2 units instead of like the biggest like solid group. It did for the first ult, but then after that, it really trickled off. But Luna is starting to do a bit of her roll down right now because at 5-1, she really wants to make sure she gets her power spike.
Mhm. Yeah, I can see that happening, and it's like you have to do so much in so little time as well. So it's really great to be able to use this wrapped around in order to kind of try to get as much of that roll down happening as possible.
Yeah, so there's like two ways you could do it. Either if you have very zoomer APM, right, that you don't have to worry about it and
Yeah.
find when you can. But for those who are newer to the games, or if you're just a little bit slower and takes a little bit more to think, depending on how much of your board you need to pivot, you might want to start doing a solid amount of steps in the previous stage rather than greedy all the gold. But look at this roll down. She hits more orange, so she
Ooh,
finds some vanguards, and she's able to find a Samira as well. Finally sells off the Sivir,
got the
and then she's
Morgana.
putting down her units. Yeah.
Yeah, Morgana getting that Morello, really, really helpful there. And I think finding that might have been just the perfect thing that Luna needed. Let's see what happens versus Sarah, though. This is a super strong board, as we've been able to see from just how well Sarah's been able to hold on to the top. But is the power starting to wane? Let's find out.
Yeah, so she's going for the Olaf carry build right now, and the pivot is still not strong enough. A lot of them are still one-star units, and Sarah has a lot of econ from her insane win streak from the start, so
Hmm.
she was unable to beat through. And unfortunately against Sarah too, Sarah has a Olaf too, and also Tryndamere chosen. So basically Luna just went against a composition that she just pivoted to, but the stronger version of herself. But hitting the Tryndamere herself now.
Yeah, let's get that Tryndamere 2 on the board here. Let's see what other things you can do. Um, Seeing a little bit of that Slayer synergy now coming through, but let's take a look at what Candy has been up to. Ooh,
Candy,
keepers.
yes, Candy has the keeper going for the Cannon 3. She's only 2 off. And then I was watching Candy stream prior to this, and I did see that she was playing a lot of keeper. So I would say this is probably one of her most familiar composition that she's very comfortable doing from the start, and she's obviously really great at it. Goes against Emily now. Emily, I don't think she was able to stabilize from that unlucky roll down. I was unable to see what her board she ended up going with, but I know that she went down 0 gold and unfortunately did not was not able to pivot and do something strong enough and gets taken down there.
Well, let's see what happens to Betsy now. Betsy also on potential last legs and
Ooh, that's
will
two
get knocked out
down.
too. But so Emily going out in 8th, Betsy going out in 7th here for our very first lobby. But it's kind of a tight, close race, I feel like, for who is left. Um,
Yeah,
not
for sure.
yeah.
And right now, Candy is definitely wanting to look for a Aatrox, and then she's also scouting right now for the Aurelian player because Magus is a pretty good counter against this. Keepers, the positioning is always all in a corner spot, and it's
Mhm.
really all because they're all grouped up, and Aurelian Soul is able to just target all the units at once, especially if that Aurelian Soul is at 2 or even 3-star, then it just one-shots the entire team. So really good for her to scout around and position around any Zephyrs or Aurelian Soul plays.
You know, what are you kind of making of Sarah holding on to this cultist build for a little bit longer?
Yeah, I mean, she's at 50 gold. She has such an amazing start that there's no worries for it. Honestly, 3 cultists is not bad. The core for her is right now the Slayer. So the
Mhm.
cultist synergy is really just a side synergy that's just like, all right, let's just add it in there because it works out with all the remaining units, but it's not going to be the core focus for her.
Mhm. Yeah, I really like that it's still kind of like like a synergy, but still not, it might not be like the main part of it. But let's see what happens after this carousel. I like the scouting that's happening right now.
Yeah, Candy picks up a Jewel Gauntlet, so she definitely wants to go for a Cannon 3, and a lot of Aatroxes are out of the pool right now with all the other Vanguard Slayer builds that are going around. So she's having a tougher time finding Aatrox, which is pretty core for this build because you have the Cannon who does so much AoE damage, but you need that Aatrox to be able to pull those corner units into the ult, or else you're just getting the front line and not really the full group. So she's
Mhm.
rolling down, looking for more cannons or Aatrox, and unfortunately unable to find any additional ones. So not the most ideal situation for Candy. I mean, she is at top 2 right now. That I would have said potentially
Mhm.
even greeting out a bit more gold to try to econ back to 40 or 50 before rolling down could have been an idea. But I know that she's just so close, right? And you just want to be able to see
Yeah.
your units.
Oh, I know that feeling all too well. Trying to find the ones that you want and then they just don't show up in your shop. That's such a feels bad moment. But able to find the Ornn, so going ahead and putting that on the board and just starting to maybe get those artifacts rolling there, I think that might be really, really helpful. But oh, what a Yiggles still being strong here for this very first game.
Just want to say how impressed I am with Vigo's board right now because at the very start, she had pretty much a perfect start to mid game of brawlers. She had her Shyvana, I believe she had 3 to 6 brawlers already, and she had Runons. But
Mhm.
looking at her board now, I mean, there was multiple other competitors going for the Slayer build, and Yiggles here has pivoted almost perfectly into it.
Yeah.
And she also has 6 Dragon Soul as well. And
Mhm.
I believe she's the only one playing the Dragon Soul variation right now.
Yeah, that's gotta be really helpful then, because you're not as contested. You're able to find those units just a little bit better. But in this matchup against Luna, has Luna finally been able to stabilize here? Ooh, it's gonna it
Not
was close.
enough. Has gotten extremely strong after her pivot. She started rolling down a bit more. And after all those upgrades now, this
Mhm.
Tryndamere Olaf is a bit too scary.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. But we're at 5-7 now, and we're gonna go ahead and start to see some of the latter parts of the game. Jane, though, sitting at 8 health for such a long time. I wonder how long she could kind of keep that up.
Just holding on. And then we see here that Yiggles got a Dragon Claw, which is good for a couple of matchups. There is one in Mage composition, and then there is also the Cannon in the front line of the Keeper's comp. But I would say majority of other players that we saw were running Slayers, which this Dragon Claw is kind of weak in that sense, meaning that only effective against 2 main players, and then the other 4 would still do, or other 3 would still do a lot of damage.
Hmm.
So picking up a couple of Aurelian Souls, building more onto the Dragon Soul, finds a set 2, and
Ooh.
also she's level 9 now, so Yiggles right now is very strong, but at the same time, those Trindamirs and Olafs out there can really burst through this composition as well, so that set 2 is going to play a huge part in helping her out.
Yeah, I was getting really excited seeing the set 2 come online there. Let's see how much it's able to do in this one. You can see the Dragon Claw did get put down as well. Now we're going up against Sarah, who has been at the top of this lobby for quite a while.
That
Oh
Olaf
man.
just going ham, but then the Serum Mirror gets on the backline, says doing his push-ups now. This Olaf really tried to push through there. It got very close, but not enough against Yiggles. The set 2 did tank up a lot more damage, able to get that ult down and push out more. And also, Yiggles has a loaded dice still on her bench, which I'm curious which legendary she might try to roll with that later on. But we'll hop on to Sarah, who has done a outstanding performance since the beginning of the game. And she herself now just pushed to level 9 with 50 gold, rolls out her Chosen, looking for a legendary Chosen ideally, picks up a Tryndamere again to rebuild that, finds a Mystic Cillian. I think
Hmm.
you take that, yeah.
Yeah.
It gives you the Mystic, and then also the fact that she already has 3 cultists already, so there was really no need for that additional cultist buff. But in general, Cillian with the revivals are pretty good. At this point, any legendary 2-star is pretty decent to throw into a composition.
That's a great chosen to be able to pick up there. So that's gonna really, I think, help out a lot. As you see the Ornok come through.
Candy,
Ooh.
interestingly enough, she had a pennant, I believe, in the back line, but it actually worked out for her. I'm curious who she was trying to position against specifically, but this was a very one-sided fight from Candy, and Sarah taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, that was quite a bit of damage. Now Candy's at the top of the leaderboard now. Unfortunately, Jane did get knocked out a couple of turns ago. But yeah, I feel like Sarah at this point is really finding a lot of the components that she needs. And I was thinking maybe you pick up the other Zillion
There
there.
we go. She finds
There it is.
another Yone. She has in just 2 turns, we find that Sarah pushed to level 9, and she was able to hit 3 different legendaries. First, she chosen Zillion, and then she finds Zamir too, and also Yone too. So we'll see if
Hmm.
all these legendaries is able to help her out a bit with this comp against HappyMuffins, who is running sharpshooters with a Tristana 3.
See how this is going to work against the
Samira in
sharpshooters.
the backline did a lot of the damage. Tristana still holding off strong in the corner spot. The Olaf finally getting through, but it was not enough. They couldn't get to the Tristana. We saw the Tryndamere do his spin animation and just died midway towards the Tristana.
He tried his best, okay?
And Jane was taken out. She did hold on for a very long time with 8
Mhm.
HP, but finally goes out at 7. And so follow up by Luna, who has 3 HP, and then Sarah at 4th place here. So either Luna or Sarah can be taken out this round. Even Yiggles, I believe, depending on how one side of the board is with the 21
Mhm.
HP. So it's really Candy who is, I would say, guaranteed in her top 4 spot.
Yeah, that's really exciting, especially because Candy looked like they were struggling for a little while to get the composition that they wanted online, and now they're at the top of the lobby. So that's gonna be a really great feeling to be able to stabilize and get yourself to the
Oh, the
at least
Lee
the top four.
Sin.
Dude, you take the Lee Sin. I think you take the Lee
Yeah,
Sin.
but she didn't need a pike anymore because she did find a cultisilian anyway, so she does still have 3 Slayer and 3 cultists. So immediately sells that for that econ, and now she has 4 legendaries. This is your legendary board, everyone, and we'll hopefully be able to see this Lucent kick some people out, going as Yiggles right now with also a very strong Slayers board.
Oh, I'm excited for that Lee Sin kick. Give it to me.
Yeah, so right now, oh man, it's just legendaries against legendaries, and that's Samira on Yiggle's side. Does so much damage, but then Sarah's
Ooh.
Samira went into the back line, but the set comes in with a big amount of time. It was not enough. That was actually really close there. The set got
Mhm.
majority of the animation off, and during the slam down, I think the Samira might have still been alive though. That would have been a very close call because it is a set 2, and maybe it would have been enough, but in that case scenario though, taking a solid win for Sarah here.
Oh, this is such a close lobby in the end game. Luna's still holding on with 3 health. Yiggles is down to 5. Any number of these players could get knocked out in the next couple of rounds, or maybe even this next one.
And yeah, hopefully I didn't cast her curse. Candy as well. She took a pretty big hit in the last fight, and all the other players who were at 3 HP or like a low HP stayed alive that fight. So now it's really anyone's game. The health bars are so close.
Oh my gosh.
Sarah
I'm just
going
on the
against
edge
the
of my
ghost
seat.
right now.
Mhm.
Oh man, so right now the Olaf is really trying to push through in the back line of Janie Prox, going against Candy's Ghost, this is. So was able to take down the cannon, and now just going over the Zaya now. I believe this would not be enough for the Candy's Ghost, so we'll see though. But Zaya gets one more ult there, jinx
Ooh.
it! Oh no!
Did you?
Oh, that was, I did not think this Sarah was able to win, but barely. Zaya is just so scary with the way that she keeps ulting over and over again. The
Oh man.
immunity.
All right, we got 2 more players that are out of this lobby. Both Luna and oh, and Candy. Candy's out now.
Top 4 though, I did say she was top
Yes,
4.
you did. You did say she would get top 4, so we didn't cast a curse it too bad.
I do want to commend Cannon though for really great positioning that against all these Leah composition, putting on Cannon in the back line many of times could be the right choice, but unfortunately it was not enough there. So Sarah here
Yeah.
picking up a Gwynsu's, which is pretty decent for a Slayer's composition. I would say maybe the Tryndamere has a spot. Let me double check. Samira has a spot opened, and then Tryndamere has a spot open. I would say probably the Samira, but we'll have to see.
This is such a strong legendary board. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not even quite sure what she's gonna switch it out. Okay.
Okay.
Now she has even more legendaries, another set too. I want to say these rolls has been pretty good for Sarah. That she was able to hit a lot of legendaries in these last few
Mhm.
rounds.
Absolutely. Let's see where's she gonna put some of those
I believe
items?
these should Gwen Stacy's on the Samira and the rest goes onto the set. Ah, there we go. Okay.
Very
So the
nice.
set did a solid amount of damage in the backline now. Samira in the corner. Yiggles composition just cannot go against this massive legendary composition.
Oh
You just do
no.
a quick scout to see if all the other competitors are going to be knocked out at the same time. It seems like a solid win for her.
Yeah, oh, Yiggles unfortunately going out here. So now we are just down to Sarah and HappyMuffinn as our top 2 in this lobby.
Yeah, Yiggles
At
put
this
negative 23 damage.
Oh my gosh.
That one was rough. Happy Muffin, I believe, is going the Tristana reroll composition. Yeah, we're gonna jump over to Happy Muffin real quick. She does have the Tristana 3, so it's really all about the positioning. honestly don't think this might be enough. I mean, she does have a 0-2, no items that could push some of the units away to protect the Tristana more. So let's see.
Mhm.
It's gonna be Tristana against a world of legendaries here.
I'm excited. Someone's gonna be taking this home, I think, after this particular matchup.
Yeah, Yone jumped to the corner spot. It was not enough. Does get stunned. And then, oh wait, none of those units was able to get to this board. I think she might have just won here. Jane taking down 656
Oh,
legendaries with her Tristana. Really amazing positioning there. None
she
of those
looks so
legendaries was able to reach. She's
happy.
so happy. Great performance from Jane there, Nekkra. That was such an exciting mashup. How do you see or feel about all of that?
I felt like positioning was so key, right? Just to be able to make sure that the Tristana was not going to get touched, and then just allow the Tristana to go ham. Like that's amazing, especially against a full legendary board. I was so nervous for her. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I won't lie that I thought that that would have been game over for Jane because we saw how much that Sarah versus Yiggles, that was such a one-sided fight where Yiggles took
Mhm.
over 20 damage, and we did see that Sarah was just hitting after hitting, and commending Sarah too for just an amazing performance from the start of the game all the way to the end. But
Yeah.
Jane, someone that we weren't able to keep up as much from the very beginning, we did see that she had a tough time because her board at the start, she was like, "Do I go keepers? Do I go this?" But it's being
Mhm.
contested, and she made something work. She ended up going for the Tristana reroll that no one else was really going for, and her position was very great. And none of those legendaries could get to Jane in time, and she was able to get the first place from it.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take a look at just a recap of the scoreboard to show you where everybody is at this moment in time. Obviously, HappyMuffinn able to take that first place with the 10 points. You can see how it scales down from there from just this very first round. But we got four more, Risa. I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, so Happy Muffin, her name's also Emily, so apologize if I confuse anyone by also calling her Emily. But yeah, really great performance for both her, Sarah, and even Yiggles as well, and Candy. We did see a keeper composition, and then Yiggles doing a brawler one into Slayers that worked out really well into her favor. But I have to say, Luna, Jane, Betsy, and Emily at the bottom there, I'm still very looking forward to the performance. It's only been one game, and we did see that they made a lot of decisions that were actually very smart. However, they did take a little bit too much damage at the very start. So that
Mhm.
was probably what was the roughest part. So early game and mid game, we'll have to see if there is a bit of a swap and they'll be able to come back with it.
Yeah, I definitely think that what we saw was a little bit of a struggle from like maybe not being able to get the right components or the right chosen, the right composition that you really wanted to have for the particular early game and mid game. So I definitely want to see what kind of adjustments these players make going forward because we do have tremendous prizes that these players are playing for, $2,000 in prizing. But we're also playing for charity, Risa. And I got to go ahead and just give a huge shout out to everybody that has donated so far. We've got a $5,000 goal today. Let's go ahead and try to smash that out of the water as we get into our game number 2. Let's talk about some of these donations that came in so far. We got a $20 donation coming from Anonymous. Thank you so much. $30 from Spend Lease. $10 from Krispy Kreme Donut, $50 from Mort. Thank you so much, and $20 from Anu. This amazing so far. I can't believe that we've already raised $150.
Yeah, that is crazy to me. Thank you everyone for your support. And then Mordog as well. Seeing your name there. I was shocked for a moment. I was like, Mort? There we go. Maybe we'll get some luck blessed for our competitors, especially Emily here. We didn't get a chance to see Emily's board last game, and she did get a. So we could use some of the Mordog luck right now, where maybe just a 5 spatula fortune start. This is what I want for Emily. I want her to get a fortune start. I want a Tom Kench fortune to pop down, and then for her to get Annie in the following round, and then she can go mages from there on, and her cash out is going to be huge.
Oh my gosh, if that had actually been like a Tom Kench that came up on the
Okay,
oh,
it
she doesn't
wasn't
take a
that,
Tom.
but she does have something else that was amazing. She finds a Diana chosen with also spirit, and she also has a Tristana and extra Diana in her bench, so she's looking for 2 gold here. And in that case, Emily could be just set to go with that Aegon build with the spirit sharpshooters.
Hey, that'd be pretty sweet. I was kinda hoping we'd be able to see that too, especially because we were practicing a little bit with some of those games, but, it doesn't quite look like is she gonna be able to get him?
She's wondering
She picked it
whether
up
she was gonna lock her or not. She does
mhm.
pick up. The thing is, if she was set on this composition, I might have locked it. But again, no one's really set with a composition on
Yeah.
the first couple of neutral rounds. She was thinking of it though, because that is a really great start for it. But she does let the reroll happen and see what other units, because you might actually hit some common units or 2-star or 2 gold units that would be a lot more beneficial.
Mhm.
These items are awkward though. We talked about slamming items in the early game, but
I don't think you do that here.
you don't. Quicksilver is the only item that is decent. However, that is not an early game item. Quicksilver would not do almost anything for you besides giving you some extra dodge chances because there's not much CC going on in the early rounds.
Shyvana, though?
She does have a Hodge and Runa's component, so she could go for brawlers.
Yeah, picks up the Nidalee here. Wait.
As she levels, she's going to give up on the Spirit Diana play, what she does. So she's just going to pick up the Nidalee and keep it for the Spirit for the time being because it is her strongest board currently, and just go towards a Brawler start. Having the Shifana here is really good for her.
Yeah, that's a really great unit to be able to pick up super early, and I feel like that almost sometimes you go with the luck of the draw a little bit in terms of what you want to kind of go with in the very end. But Luna getting the strong cultist start here. You can see the Galio hit the board, and fortunately, I don't think this is going to be quite enough. Oh, it might. No, I don't think that Nidalee's going to be able to stand against the Galio.
Yeah, the cultist early game is just extremely strong, finding a chosen TF as well. And one thing I do love about Luna's playstyle is the fact that she does slam items extremely early. I mean, granted, I assume that's what Emily would like to do as well, but with these components, she didn't really have much choices, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, even the other component, Shot Stones, again, also a really great item, but not during the early game.
Yeah. So now, Risa, this begs the question: like, when do you decide to try to find a different chosen? Right, you pick up the chosen, super early here if you're Emily. But when do you kind of start to pivot away from that and try to go with something else?
I would have honestly sold this Diana Chosen the moment I decided that I was not going to play the Diana build. I think I would have kept her and then picked up the other Diana and also the Tristana. In that case, it's like this is a really good chosen and fairly strong. However, outside of that comp, I would say Spirit Diana is probably towards the lower end of chosens of at least how strong they are in the early, mid, or late
Mhm.
game. And so I would just sold it pretty early just to see what other chosen I could potentially get, level to 5, and just go for that goal.
Yeah, you can see the other Vi getting picked up here. Yeah, it kind of looks like this might be a brawler build for now, just for the early game. It looks like.
Yeah, I mean, this is her currently strongest board. I wish that she was able to find like a Braum here because she could
Mhm.
potentially pick up the Tristana and get the Dragon Soul going. But this is what she can do at the current time. Going as HappyMuffinn here, who does have a Annie 2, I think, yeah, on the
Ooh.
board. Not much synergy for HappyMuffinn right now, though. There's Warlords, and I believe Warlords is the only thing that she has along with the Annie trying to keep some of the front line. Warlords is an interesting state. I don't really see a lot of people playing Warlords in the late game anymore. It was very popular in the past with like a Cat 3, but I don't think I've seen a single Warlords game being played in any of the tournaments recently.
I don't think I've if I'm remembering the Fates regional finals as I am, then I don't think I've seen Warlord either. That was not super present.
Yeah, it's been rare. I mean, Warlords is an interesting concept because in the very early game, especially if you are win streaking, and this applies to neutral rounds as well, it
Mhm.
does give all your Warlord units a mini buff. So the idea of Warlords when it first came out of Step 4 is that this is going to be like your greatest start, essentially, and you just go and win streak with it. Granted, there was a lot of buff and nerfs and changes throughout the set, so Warlord kind of lost that kind of ideal behind it from the start of set, but it seems like it's working again for HappyMuffins there. But Emily here, I'm really hoping this would be a good game for her just because she did have a very tough one in the previous
Mhm.
round. She just picked up the bow. Does she slam into Runons? She
Yeah.
does. Diana is her strongest unit currently. So it does make sense to have the Runons, but again, I think I would have sold this Diana a while ago. I'm just not the biggest fan of Diana Chosens personally.
I can tell, Risa. I can tell. No, that I agree with you though, because it doesn't really feel like it's giving too much extra synergy to the board other than the chosen trait that it has, right? So I kind of wonder maybe try to re-roll for a different chosen here, but I also like you've got the Shiv, so why would you could put the Runins onto them, but you know.
Yeah, for sure. We're hopping over to Betsy's boards right now, who is also holding on. So again, we do see the Last Whisper being slammed. So this kind of locks her for sharpshooters or a Slayers kind of composition.
Mhm.
Makes me Last Whisper Slam does make me a little sad sometimes, just because of the fact that I do love mages. I think we only saw one competitor going mages last game. We do see enough on the ladder though, so you know what? Spicing things up for tournament play would be better.
I've seen too many mages on my ladder experience.
There's just some bias towards mages though, no matter what, for all the previous
I
sets.
know, they're so good. It's hard to deny that. What are your kind of thoughts on how the patch 11.6, I believe, what we're on right now? How have things kind of changed from what we were seeing from tournaments just a couple of weeks ago?
In general, all the composition are still pretty relevant. I would say these has been some of the most flexible times that TFT has been through, where you could
Mhm.
play 5 to 7 other comps. It's not just one comp dominating the entire meta. The shifts has not been that great, except for the fact that mages started to be on the rise this patch. And there was a B patch launch in order to balance this out a little bit. KL and mages were SS plus tier compositions, and so each one of those got a slight nerf. KL losing 10 AD, and then mages losing some percentages at 5 and 7 mages. However, even with those nerfs, they are still considered S tier comps and still very playable for first place. So I would say
Oh,
the meta is still pretty much the same since regionals, except for the fact that mages has been on the rise.
I like it. Ooh, picking up a Vlad here. See what Betsy decides to continue to go for. You get this Siphoner chosen.
Yeah, Betsy is right now just trying to play her strongest board, keeping her win streak. Direction is still a bit unclear, especially she does have the Last Whisper. So putting Cultist here wouldn't be bad for her. She's able to find a Pike potentially, in order to throw those units in, and hoping that the Cultist can carry her. But when you start getting to stage 3 Cultist does start to weaken.
Mm-hmm.
So it may not be ideal for her, but definitely she just wants to econ so that she could push for level 8. Does find the pike. She's like, do I... Oh, she already has a pike on the board. My bad. I must have missed that. So it is a question of putting in Cultist still, though. She does find a Callista, though.
The coast is pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. Do you stick to the? Do you take the pike here? I don't think so.
I
Oh,
mean, you could. The thing is, right now, so Kendra's one of the best early game 3 stars. She does level up in order to put in Duelist, and the Diana for me is always awkward with the Last Whisper. I would love that on Callisto with the Duelist trait now, but again, like it's really hard for her to sell the Diana. I keep always talking about selling Dianas, but the
I don't
Last
think you can
Whisper,
sell this one.
I do think would be nice on the Callista. But going
Yeah,
against Yiggles right now, and going Yiggles right now, just putting all the items onto the Wukong, just as a placeholder, and just taking a lot of damage from this round.
you know who's having a much better game in the early game than what we saw in game number 1? Luna. Luna and Candy both are sitting towards the top of the leaderboard, and they've been able to, I feel like, have a pretty strong and consistent play style for the early game before really pivoting to what they want.
Yeah, Luna did some of the best transitioning that I saw in the previous round, but yeah, unfortunately for her, in the early towards mid game, she did take a lot of damage, so things were a little bit tough for her. But we're gonna hop on to Jane, who is unfortunately at 64 HP, and she did have a bit of a rough round, I believe, going into
Mhm.
6th place in the last game. Does have a Zed chosen, which
Ooh.
I'm gonna assume guess Soul because I have not seen Zed being played in It's been a lot of
It's
patches.
yeah, it's been a few patches. We saw a little bit of it during the regional finals, I feel like, and it was kind of like ooh, that's kind of a shiny champion to have on the board there. But I'm kind of curious to see how well it's actually going to perform, especially versus some of the stronger compositions that we're really seeing come to the fold.
Yeah, it's super interesting sometimes because we could be wrong, right? Where yeah, the meta has been a lot of flexibility, and there are compositions that has excelled. But you could sometimes pull up a reroll comp from a while ago that could still manage to get top four. Although I don't know if this is probably not the case in here. But just seeing this Dead Chosen just brings back some nostalgia and some good times.
Ah, the memories.
Doing a
Oh,
quick shout. Jane's in an awkward spot. As mentioned, yeah, I don't really see this set unless she was already at like 7, 8 sets and she could hit her super soon. I don't
mhm.
really see this going much. It looks like she's also going for a Slayer, but her gold level is not as best state compared to some of the competitors. Just thinking about slamming the Zeeks here just to push out some more damage because right now she did have double cloak. Which was awkward for her that she slammed the Drying Claw, which one of those items that could be good late game, especially if you're going against a lot of mages, but
Yeah.
definitely not enough damage. So that Seeks does help her out a lot. She's able to
Yeah,
take a
look
win over
at that.
Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah not in the same commanding position that we saw her in for game number 1. Um, kind of wonder what's going on there, but seeing how Jane has been able to perform so far, I think that Zeke's helped a lot in order to just be able to take a win on the board and maybe stem the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, we have seen this from competitors sometimes where they do go first in one game and then they go 8 in the second,
Yeah.
or like vice versa, where like the entire scoreboard just flips
Yes.
completely.
Hey, that makes for some close games though.
It definitely does. Jane, trying to figure out what she wants here. Picks up the bow. I'm very curious. I do think that she is definitely leaning towards a Slayer direction. Think of maybe unless she can also go KL, so she does have two bows right now. So she could put RFC. She has a rod. So these are items that could go for a KL build if she wanted to.
That would be a pretty strong pivot. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and I was surprised that there was no KL in the previous game too.
yeah, isn't that interesting? I'm like I'm starting to see how the meta this particular tournament meta has developed, right? And I really like that it almost feels or I want to get your thoughts on this, Risa. Do you feel like these players have had a game plan sort of going into this, or do you feel like they've had to really change their route based on whether or not they've been contested?
I think for the most part, this these patches have been one of the most flexible patches. So every single one of these games, we are seeing a variety of comps. Like as mentioned, there's like 7, 8 comps that you could play. But I think that a couple of competitors we did see are just going with what they're most comfortable with. We did see that, for example, Candy in her previous games prior to the tournament, she was playing keepers, and coming into this tournament, she's just going for keepers is what she knows best, and one of those competitions that you could definitely just force for and land into top
Yeah.
four. Versus all these other competitors, it seems like they might not have a composition that they're 100% one tricking or comfortable with, and so they're just keeping things more flexible.
I really like that though. I think that blends itself really well to the meta that we have right now. And oh, we got a donation in. Dim Dance Sum, $20. Thank you so much.
Thank
I'm
you.
so excited about about how much money we're raising for charity tonight. And if you guys are just tuning into the broadcast, Women Win is a global multidimensional women's fund guided by the vision of a future where every girl and woman exercises their rights. Women Win supports all girls and women, and more intentionally, those from minority and underrepresented communities. So your money's going towards a great cause. Thank you so much. Let's smash that $5,000 goal out of the water tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much for supporting both the charity, the tournament, and also the players.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah going against Luna now. So Sarah, it seems like Sarah's in such an interesting stage. She has sharpshooters on her board, but she did pick up some Aurelian Soul and some mages. So it's like, what direction am I going for? She could go either way right now. And Luna, as you mentioned before, someone who had a rougher time in the last game, but doing extremely well. And even Emily, who went 8th last place, now on her win streak as well as the top
Yeah.
two. So we are seeing the board or the scoreboard being flipped, as you mentioned.
That's what makes it so exciting, though. I think that's the best. Oh, gets another A-Soul here on the board. Um, I
All
feel
right.
like looking for a
Ooh, the
different.
Swain.
Ooh,
Alright, so this
that's
is pretty
good.
good for her. She's able to find 2 ASOLs, so she did start her pivot a little bit early. Probably gonna sell most of these to get back to 40 gold here, which she does. She's on a 7 loss streak, so yeah, Sarah needs to roll down on 4-1. And
Mm,
it seems like she's kind of set onto this mage pathing, especially since the fact that she does have a Joe Gauntlet, but we'll have to see what kind of chosen she hit coming into this stage. So doing her roll down now. Finding chosens that she doesn't really want at all. The Jarvan.
ooh,
Oh, there we go. She
ooh.
finds a mage chosen. This is exactly what she needed, especially since she already had mage in mind.
Yes, that's perfect. Now you got the 5 mages. You also have the 3 dragon soul. Pretty strong board here for Sarah. Maybe she's gonna be able to start to stabilize.
Yeah, and then take a look at the items. Her items are not ideal for sure. I mean, for the Annie, you do want to just put as many tanky items as possible as you want on her. Titan's Resolved, some Fire Cape. She didn't really have the best components for tanky items, so we saw that she just put 2 CZ rods.
Yeah.
And hopefully she could level up that Annie sometime soon, so the CZ rods would be a little bit more tanky than what it was now. I started to run out a bit. Sarah's still in. She found her path, but most of her units still level 1, so she's still fairly weak, and she still has 39 to 40-ish gold.
Do you think we're gonna kind of continue to see a roll down here?
I would say she would need to, because taking another hit here would be very dangerous for her. I'd be surprised if she doesn't roll down here or stage 4-3. I would recommend here, but it seems like she wants to hold on to her money a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Oh, there
Oh,
we go.
nice.
ASOL, that's what she
Oh,
needed.
yeah.
She can
Saves the
commit
coin
more
still.
items, yes.
Very nice. Oh, the ASOL pickup is so big.
Yeah, and then the tier that she has, she did find a Swain, which is a really great unit for this composition. If she is able to find Spasha, so losing here, one thing that is good for her is if she can keep that last place spot, which is her, Yiggles, and Jane potentially could still go down and take that spot from Carousel. If there
Mhm.
is a spatula, then I would say Sarah's a very good chance of going top 4 because of a Mage Swain. But if she's unable to find a spatula, I would still say that this board is towards the weaker side. It's gonna be a little bit tough. I mean, she's still saving her econ, so if she doesn't take too much losses here during the stage 4, then she can
Yeah.
still do her roll down at 5-1 at level 8.
I mean, the ASOL too makes it so much easier to be able to kind of like greed a little bit harder on your econ, right? I just feel like maybe she feels a little comfortable here. I would too if I got a 2-star ASOL like that at just the right time. But ooh, okay. Gets the siphoner trait on board too.
Interesting, yeah. I would say, I think I might have preferred. So I think overall at the final composition, especially for that Swain, Siphoner would be really great. I think she needs a front line though, because that Annie is still Annie 1. She does have 2 CZ
Mhm.
Rod, but because it is an Annie 1, those CZ Rod does get burst out pretty quickly. So we'll see here though. I mean, they're holding on strong. The Annie's still alive. The CZ Rod hasn't been proc yet, and that Aurelian is doing so
Oh,
much
I
damage in the
know.
back line. And looks like it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, great positioning for the ASOL too, just to be able to like keep it alive for it to be able to ult. I think that's been super impactful. Like now, getting 2 ults off in this game.
Yeah, this is a really rough spot actually for Jane because Jane is also going for mages. It seems.
Mm.
It seems like she might position out of it. I mean, to KL. But she did hold. Oh,
Ooh.
Sarah. Okay, Sarah. I think I could read her list where she's like, "Cool, like this is exactly what she needed."
The spat.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's
honestly, that
go.
was very, very risky in my opinion for Jane. Because spatula is towards the rare side, especially a lot of times when people are going for mages in order to get this composition of mage cap
Mm,
swain, you do kind of have like a fortune start, and so you want to be able to get extra chances for that spatula through fortune. But
yes.
I mean,
Ooh,
granted that she did put herself in last place, she had a much better chance for getting spatula, but then there was 3 spatula anyway, so she didn't
not
have to fret about it that much.
yeah, we got a little blessed in that last carousel there to be able to get the spat online. That's perfect. Now
The
you just
front
see
line is so much stronger now with the mage cap Swain. I mean, I was actually pleasantly surprised. I thought the Morgana would have weakened the front line, but because of Siphoner proc, the lifesteal was definitely enough where the Morgana sustained much longer than I expected. But hopping with the Luna right now, doing a couple of roll downs, Luna also has very interesting pivots, and I love seeing how it works here.
yeah. This is really cool to see it in action.
Yep, find the RFC. She has a jewel gauntlet. Hoping to maybe find a sword or another bow at. Yeah, I would say that actually no. I think Quicksilver might be the best for her. So actually Cloak or a GA defensive item on that KL right now would be really good. But she's in a very strong positioning and find the KL too, corner spotting it, and also having 2 great items for her.
Yeah, really like that.
The
Oh my gosh.
Veigar though,
Yeah.
holding on strong. It's not going to be is it? I don't think so. Yeah, the gunblade is nice, but the other items on the Vigor were still on the weaker side, and KO with RC is just so strong in that corner spot.
Good so far.
In this build composition for Divine is pretty important, so we'll see that if she's able to transition out and to put in 2 more Divines. But at this time being, I would say looking at the other boards, Luna is in a pretty decent spot herself as long as her KL stays in the back corner. I see a Kali going for that KL right now, and also a Rolling Soul that could potentially position it against it.
Yeah. Ooh. No, it still looks like it's gonna be pretty safe at the moment, especially going up against Jane. Oh, that KL2 putting in so much work here.
Yeah, Jane is in a very tough spot. She found a mage spot, but I think mage was just extremely contested this game, so she still hasn't found her Reliant too,
Mhm.
and no Swain for her. So, unfortunately for Jane, it's funny because in the last game we only saw one person going mages, and
Yeah.
even then that was like a very late transition, so almost nobody was going mages. And in this game we saw like everyone's transition was like, I kind of want to go mages this game.
Yeah. Hot and contested, and that makes it really difficult to be able to find the champions that you need in order to get those 2-star units. So I think that's going to be really tough position for Jane to be in, and that's really unlucky. Yiggles too, also having a little bit of a harder game than the very first game of the night.
Yeah, Yiggles was also, I believe she was top 3, and then Sarah was top 2. So
Mhm.
both of these towards the end now, Sarah did get her fix or change now that she had her mage spot.
Yeah,
But yeah, Yiggles definitely having a tough time in comparison. But Luna here doing a bit of a roll down just to make sure she's a bit stronger. She finds a Fortune Sejuani. So Fortune would not do anything for her, but it's just a Sejuani too. She decides to pass up on that. Finds an Orin, which is really good for her. Still looking for a good chosen to put in.
yeah. But patience might be rewarded here. Ooh.
That's really good for her. She finds a Zaya who gives an extra executioner synergy, and she's able to put out a lot more damage now. No defensive items for the KL right now, so that's slightly scary if there is any CC in that back corner spot or any burst damage. But the Hodge does give more lifesteal for the KL, keeping her alive. So against Sarah's board right now, who is extremely strong with the mage cast
Wow.
Swain. Oh man, also a Vanguard spat as I didn't even know that Sarah got another spatula. All the spatulas in the world for Sarah.
Hey, you were saying before someone needs this 3 spat luck.
That's true, that's true. We got the Lucky Mork Dog donation.
That's what it
All the
was.
spatula in the world. Yeah, but I'm curious for Luna. She did find her 4 divine, so this is actually a really good spot for her, but unluckily it's going against Sarah, who had one of her biggest power spike, and another competitor as well, Candy at the very top there, does seem really strong. So I'm
Yeah.
curious to see how Luna's build will hold up against that. Finding some more upgrades. Oh, this is a decent chosen. Mystic Shen is could be really good for her. Potential for Mystic in this lobby is even something to consider if she's able
Yeah, look at
to go
that.
for level 9.
Ooh. So many different synergies on the board right now. That's gonna be really helpful.
Yeah, I mean, the awkward part is that she might not want to lose a. Because the only unit here that you might want to take out for Four Mystic is potentially a Divine unit or the Kindred, but that Kindred is also given both Spirit and Executioner. So it seems like Force Spirit may not happen. And in that case scenario, then the Shen Mystic is kind of awkward, but it did give her at least a power up unit. If she's able to push 9, though, Forward Mystic would be really strong against majority's mage lobbies.
Yeah, that would be super, super strong. Ooh. A little tight on gold though, so I don't know when that level up's gonna happen, but finds the Yumi too. Okay.
Yeah, at this
Getting
point,
stronger.
Luna's board is pretty much set. She's really just looking for a Lee Sin 2 and to switch out one her Jax, and that would be pretty much it for her. But hopping over to HappyMuffinn's board. HappyMuffinn is also going mages, but with a 3-star Annie route and a lot of tanky items to be able to. Oh, and then there we go. She's able to find the Acel and able to remake it, and now has perfect item Acel and almost perfect items Annie as well. Just any tanky items. This is a really good comp for her too.
Yeah, going up against oh
Endless composition who's running brawlers
yeah,
would not be enough. With Emily's composition, brawlers is great. Actually, no, the Annie's just too tanky. The Caesar is
yeah.
still alive, but the Runons though was always the Runons was able to take off the Aurelian Soul surprisingly, but that 3-star Annie was just too powerful.
A good position to be in though. Oh, the feeling that you are able to get the right components on the right champions that you want to be able to carry your team feels good.
Yeah, honestly, GA, Gunblade, and any rod items is really what you want to see on your Aurelion Soul. So it's such a good feeling just seeing those 3 items being slammed perfectly. Like, all right, I found the unit I want. I found the
Yeah.
3 perfect items as well. And there you have it.
Oh, Yiggles and Jing so low right now.
Rough game for the both of them, unfortunately.
Man, it's kind of a close lobby though because they're Luna still at the top still doesn't have very much that's separating her from like, Sarah or Emily or even HappyMuffinn right now.
Yeah, I'm curious how these builds would go. So Candy, who had a really great start, is playing Keepers, which is pretty weak against mages. And then we have both Sarah, Happy Muffins going mages.
Sarah off to a fantastic start after kind of looking a little grim at the very beginning there, but
Doing
has
some
been on
quick
a hot streak.
scouting. Going against Luna here now. So Luna had a really rough time against Saraspor with the Mage Swain, but now here she's going to be dealing with a 3-star Annie. We'll see if that
Oh,
is a bit of difference though, because now the Annie did get knocked into the corner spot, and so now when the KL is hitting the Annie, is also hitting the Aurelion Soul at the same time, which was a really good positioning on her end. Because in the previous fight, when it was just targeting only the front line, it was never able to reach all the way to the back corner spot. But the Annie moved to the back left, and that was enough for DKL to kind of sweep through and AoE through the team.
I feel like is going to be super important now. You just want to really keep your corner champion safe and yeah, especially try to protect that Acel, get it to do as much as it can.
Yeah, if the
Ooh.
Annie was placed a bit more to the right, maybe 2 slots to the right side, then the KL would just be focusing on all those like more useless units, right? The TF, the brand in the
Mhm.
right corner that you really don't need. And then the Acel is really the only unit you care about in order to push more damage.
Mhm.
So we got and the Jane we also had that was going through mage and was never able to find a mage Swain, so had to settle for a mage Sejuani. So mages
Crazy.
versus mages right now, and the Aurelion Soul actually got their first hit, but I
Ooh.
don't think it's enough that Annie 3 is just so strong. The Aurelion's still alive in the back line, hoping to clear more. I mean, even one unit would cause Jane to lose here, though, which the set goes and body slams it. Jane is out in 7th.
Oh, Yiggles too, unfortunately dropped in 8th, but we still have a really tight lobby here.
Look at those items, though.
Oh,
I mean, these are honestly great items for a mage composition. 2 of them are blue items, and Giant Slayer never hurts with some attack speed. I mean, granted, the Aurelion Soul is already complete captain item, so you don't really have other ideals. But even so, these are still pretty decent items to have.
Where do you think you would want to put them?
I might throw a couple of these items onto the set, I think, at this point, just because of the fact that set is one of the best 5 stars units with
Yeah.
this AoE damage, so I think 100% throwing. Oh, okay.
Ooh, the Vagar?
The blue buff on the Vagar. I mean, it does immediately do its double ult, or not immediately, but it does ult twice and goes for the lowest targeting unit. So
Mhm.
get some squishies out of the way just to make sure the Rolling Soul or any others don't go against it, and then she wants more of the mana proc onto the Vagar for it to go quicker. I would have put the units or all the items potentially 2 of the 3 items I think I'll put on the set, but it is a set 1, so I can see why you might want to prioritize your mages. That does have a lot more of the mage buff with
Yeah,
it too.
that makes sense.
Ah, with gold collector. All right. So the idea now is, is to use the Vagar, hopefully one-shot units, and to collect some gold from there. But the awkward part with that is usually gold collectors when units get to a less HP, and Vagar usually tries to one-shot units, so they'll go for full HP units, and we saw there too, like first went for the Zillion, but wasn't enough to immediately kill it, but enough to destroy Candy's composition. Emily also
Yeah.
going 6th and 5th there for Emily and Candy.
HappyMuffinn celebrating a little bit there, securing a top 4 finish for this lobby.
Yeah, HappyMuffinn here has been doing extremely great, getting first place in the previous round, and now on her way to top 4. I'm curious how she does against everyone else. Luna with a extremely great early game, Sarah with the stronger, potentially, Swain composition, Mage Cap comp, which we'll see here. Oh, that Zephyr onto the Annie perfectly.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that Swain just completely demolished everyone. Annie comes back now and is able to take a lot of damage, and Aurelian is doing a lot of damage in the backline, still sustaining.
Yeah, Sec coming back into the mix now. Oh, I think that's gonna be enough to be able to get the ASOL to just go ahead and pop off.
The Swain Vanguard, Mage Cap, is just holding on this entire time.
Oh, wait, no, maybe it's not enough, Jay.
Oh, wait, does that take her out? It does not take her out. It was so
Oh,
close
it's
to
so
6
close.
HP.
Oh my gosh. This
If it,
lobby's so good.
if Annie didn't get Zephyr there, I think that HappyMuffinn might have win. Who knows? So just because of the fact that the Mage Cap Swain is just such a monster. But now she hit the Swain too, which is going to be a pretty big power spike for HappyMuffins.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at Sarah's board right now. Sarah, unfortunately, losing her win streak just maybe a round ago. But Betsy on fire at the moment. But facing up against Luna, let's see how this one goes. Luna able to put herself into a pretty dominant position. But oh boy, is this ASOL gonna be able to do the work that it needs to do?
Yeah, the Swain got pushed all the way to the corner spot again, so the KL can push a lot of damage. But the Swain, just being a monster on its own, Aurelian gets another ult, but the Swain is not able to do enough damage in time. That positioning from Luna and that KL in the corner is just too strong, and HappyMuffinn actually losing. Oh no, going into 4th.
Still a top 4 though. Still good because the night is young, Risa. We still have 3 games left after this, so who knows what's going to happen. But I don't know. It looks like it's going to be a real tight race here. Luna and Betsy both sitting at the top with 19 health left. And I think it might come down to the 2 of them unless we do see Sarah able to kind of take a win. I kind of wonder what it's going to take here. Do you think it's going to be about positioning?
I think at this point it would be positioning. So right now it's a question of how do my units target that KL?
Mm-hmm.
And then also to make sure that Swain properly tanks, because right now that Swain was being pushed into the bottom right corner by the Azir. That was really awkward because you don't want to put your Swain right next to the Aurelian Soul, because then that KL just really does damage to both your main tank and also your main carry at the exact same time. But going against Betsy now, who is in a win streak, Betsy with the separate positioning, suffering the Swain, and also
Wow.
has the Yone too, with almost perfect items doing a lot of damage. The Yone walking around. a bit, and then the Slayer is trying to damage with the Swain, just doing so much in the middle there. Yone finally gets onto some of the carries, but is unable to push through to the Swain, and Betsy taking a huge hit there.
Oh boy, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I caster cursed it. Maybe it's gonna be Sarah coming back out on top.
She did find another defensive item for the Swain that should help out a lot, and then there is the triple ZZ rot on that HMAC as well.
Yeah, it's super tanky frontline there. That's gonna be really helpful.
We do see that we mentioned before about Luna going for a Mystic. We do see that she was able to econ back up to push to level 9, and she does put in 4 Mystics to help counter
Hmm.
against Sarah's composition, but would it be enough against the Swain is the question. So we see Sarah going against Luna's Ghost right now, which
Hmm.
Sarah did lose previously to at one point.
Yeah, able to pull the Kale, so it's in a little bit of a more precarious position now, but still really, really safe. And I think it's really gonna come down to whether or not you can take out that Kale. There it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that Lee Sin kick as well. Lee Sin immediately kicks the Swain to the right corner, leaving the Venus, and now Lee Sin onto that. No, Aurelion
Oh
Soul saying
no!
goodbye to her. And now it's the Lee Sin versus the Swain in this fight. Lee Sin does have blue buff, does one kick to the corner, and with the blue buff and a second kick. There we go. Lee Sin, everyone. Forget about your mage cap Swain. Lee Sin is here. The god. Kicks
Ace.
after kick.
It's almost like they're doing the can. It's great. Didn't think we were gonna see someone dancing tonight, but I'm here for it.
Uh, that's the thing about Lee Sin's, right? Is that it's so talked about in the meta. Lee Sin's not a character that you just put in. You're like, oh, he's so OP and he insta wins.
True.
But when you have a board like this where your Swain is that legendarily scary mage cap, 2 tank items, right? And then the Lee Sin just goes and kicks it out of the map. But that is the counter to your super strong legendary.
I love it. I'm here for it.
We'll have
Sarah
to see
really
the
putting on a
matchup.
show.
Yeah,
Oh.
for sure. Yone though.
Mhm. Oh, do you
Right.
I see the other I see another Lee Sin. I don't think you try to go for it
No,
though.
I don't
It's
think
a pretty
Lee Sin
strong
works for
board.
her composition
No.
here. So she's really trying to position so that the Swain doesn't get kicked by the Lee Sin. Which here
Mhm.
it does work out in her favor. Right now, the Swain does. Okay, so this was really good separating onto the Lee Sin. She slowed it down a bit
Mhm.
more. Positioning wise, really good. Aurelion Soul in the back middle spot, pushing out a lot of damage. The Swain is in the midst of everything. KL just pushing so much onto the corner spot now. Okay, oh, the Swain is gone.
Oh!
The position
Oh, it's
wasn't enough. KL was just doing so much damage. Oh,
oh my
but the
gosh.
revive comes up, and that is game.
Oh.
Well played
Wow.
from both Luna and Sarah.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. I think Sarah doing such a good job in that first game as well. That's going to be a pretty solid position for her to be in, but Luna really turning it around here, getting that first place. Oh man.
Yeah, for sure. Sarah has a very like 1 or 8th play style, right? Like in the which a little bit risky, but it played off her both games going second and second. So really consistent result from her so far. And then Luna, a player that we saw that did a amazing strategic and really great pivot from game one, and unfortunately taking too much damage in the early game, managed to correcting that mistake. And now in the second game, she kept her health high and was able to do her pivot perfectly and really strategic positioning on her end too. We did see a lot of Aurelian players, and that KL was able to hit into that straight line perfectly. And not to mention that Lee Sin positioning in the round previous to that. The kicks, nigga, the kicks.
All the kicks. All the kicks from Lee Sin. Well, I'm gonna get a kick out of this. Let's go ahead and take a look at the scoreboard after our game number 2, just to see where all of these players sit. Yeah, Luna really turning things around here with that first place is going to net her at least a 3rd place right now in the lobby. But HappyMuffinn and Sarah tied for first right now with 16 points apiece. That's a tight race right now for top 4.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both these competitors again has been doing amazing. Happy Muffin's getting that first place with her really smart way of scouting and then knowing which direction to go into soon after that, and still landing herself with top four. And then Sarah again, her first or eighth playstyle is working out, where it's not eighth at all. If anything, it's 8 points, meaning it's still sort of top.
Yeah.
She was against some really insane boards both for games, though, where it seemed like she was going to get first place for game one and game two, but unfortunately for both times, it ended up getting her second place. And then the Luna, Candy, Betsy, everyone else below has been fairly consistent results. Yiggles did drop down in placements, and then there's still 3 more games, so I'm hoping for
Mhm.
Jane and LA to a bit of an underdog in the setup, and I'm happy for them to do a comeback.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if we can get some of those comebacks on the board. But what I'm super excited about is the fact that we've been raising money for this incredible charity, and we have already raised $280. That's right, everybody. Thank you so much for all the donations that have been coming through. And just as a reminder, you can donate using exclamation point WW, and you can also go and donate in any of our players' chats. They've got their individual campaigns that are going on. So if you want to check out their action from their perspective and also donate and show a little love, then you can do that in their chats as well. But we are going to be taking a short break. And when we come back, we're going to have our game number 3.
Women Win is a nonprofit organization based out of Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Our mission is to empower adolescent girls or equip adolescent girls and young women to achieve their rights through sports. Sports really for us is not about so much building the leadership, because we believe inherently there's leadership in adolescent girls and young women. It is truly, truly about giving them a space to practice that leadership, to successfully fail, to fall down, to get up, to win, to lose, things that in their everyday lives they just don't get enough of. We know that a girl who plays sports develops skills that are critical to all aspects of her life: confidence, leadership, communication. Women Win CGI commitment is to economically empower 100,000 girls through sport. We call this our One Win Leads to Another strategy. We create open source tools enabling partners globally to design and deliver high-quality sports programs for girls at risk. By building the capacity of over 60 grassroots organizations, we have already directly impacted 20,000 girls. Progress on this commitment is being accelerated through strategic partnerships across sectors. At Women Win, we're committed to creating a generation of winning girls who act to change their lives and their communities. We are confident they'll show us all that a win on the playing field leads to a win in life.
everyone, and welcome back to the Women in Leadership Esports series featuring Teamfight Tactics. I'm so excited, Risa, because we just got through two incredible games, credible lobbies all around, and now we're going into game number 3. I got a question for you, though. Mages were a hot commodity. Do you think they're going to continue to do so during this evening?
100%. Just because of the fact that ladder does translate into tournament play to some degree, and mages are just so strong right now that we do see it relevant. And if you want to go for first place, a S tier comp, especially if you have like Sarah did, a mage spatula they're able to find and hitting the swings too, then you just have to go for it at this point because it's just such a beast and so strong. But otherwise, I have seen a lot of flexibility from these players that I've been very surprised about, and I'm loving to see these like unique and different playstyles come into play. We saw in game one there wasn't a lot of mages, and then game two, everyone went to pivot to mages. So, what are your thoughts on that, Nekkra?
I mean, like, you get a mage, and you get a mage, and unfortunately, sometimes you just don't get the mages that you want. We saw that with a couple of players, and so I'm kind of wondering, do you play the game of chicken? Do you try to go for mages anyway, if that's kind of like the game plan that you want to have going into the set, or do you have to think about playing a little bit more flexibly if you're the players that didn't quite get the components and the champions that you really wanted to have?
It depends on what you hit too, right? Like for
Hmm.
instance, there are a lot of mage players in that previous game, and we did see different approaches for it. For example, one player went for Annie 3. And seeing that they can't go for Annie 3, they completely just passed the Annie and just went fast 8 and went for the Reliant Soul 2. So definitely still a little bit of flexibility, but it's very dependent on what you can get. And we're gonna hop on to Yiggles, who started off very strong, hitting third place, but unfortunately had a rougher time in the previous game, landing
Hmm.
her, I believe, a 6th or 7th place.
Yeah, unfortunate little turnaround there with the scoreboard getting flipped on
Oh wait,
Yiggles,
she
but
went 8th, yeah, in the last
yeah,
game.
unfortunate. But maybe she'll be able to hit. She was able to grab a bow right off the bat, so that might be really helpful as a nice component piece to be able to have.
Yeah, so bows are really great in the sense of you can go Slayers, KL, or in general, even like if you want to run mages with it, throwing a Giant Slayer onto your ASOL is
Mm.
a decent item if there's like no other AP and perfect items that you can get for him. So with lots of options for sure. So picking up all the sharpshooters I would say is honestly one of my favorite early game composition to go.
Mhm.
It does push out so much damage at the very start that it's just a fun composition to run in the early to mid games.
Do you think that you'd be able to win a lobby like this with like a chosen sharpshooters kind of build?
Yeah, for sure. I think the most key point for sharpshooter is one having at least a good tank, just one.
Mm.
If you just have a bunch of sharpshooters, they are a little bit squishy, and that's why, like with the Spirit Sharpshooters build, you do have to get the Diana and then a lot of lockets, which is what helps
Yeah.
sustain the composition a lot more. Otherwise, yeah, I would say Chosen Sharpshooter is something definitely that I might potentially pick up for the time being. But there are just so many other stronger synergies, and with the new Chosen mechanics being changed now, where Chosens
Mhm.
appear more, you could be a little bit more greedy in your playstyle.
Makes sense. Yeah, I have always kind of wondered about that because we've seen some players that have just had a divergence of strategy when it comes to their chosen, right? Maybe taking a little bit longer in order to actually pick a chosen for their composition. And then some players that decide to go for a chosen really early on and then decide to pivot to a different chosen later. Are both strategies kind of viable in that sense?
Yeah, 100%. So you could definitely commit to your chosen as early as you want and just save some HP or just wait much later for it. I would say no matter what, you should try to pick up some sort of chosen between your early to mid game and not be
Hmm.
like, hey, I'm gonna go brawler Shyvana, so I will not pick up a single chosen unless I see a chosen brawler. Um,
Hmm.
because of the fact that you might lose just so much health because you've graded out for so long. Just getting that additional synergy and a 2-star level unit so early is always great. But we see here, Yiggles actually hit a Wukong 2, which is really great for line, along with a Jax. Jax is one of
Hmm.
the best units, in my opinion, in the early game because of the fact that we saw right there, he immediately starts ulting when the characters damage him, and then he's able to activate his ability and just dodge so much and creating a really strong front line.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about that. The positioning made it look like the Wukong was going to be able to tank most of the damage there. But I really like the ability to just kind of do you take this Nidalee here?
I don't think you do, just because of the fact that I don't think she's going for a 3-star Nidalee route. I mean, she can. She's thinking about it. It's like one of those tricky situations where, like, you know what? Like,
Yeah.
it's really not ideal, but it does make my board stronger right now.
Mhm.
So, and always making your comp stronger at the moment is not a bad call. But the thing is she already has 2 sharpshooters. If she does pick up that Nidalee, the only benefit is the fact that it just gives her a extra, like, a 2-star unit. There's no additional
Mhm.
synergy, and all the other units that she could put in, arguably, I guess you could take out that Tristana then and put in the Zed, which is slightly stronger. So it's just a question to you: do you think that is better or not?
Yeah, that's a great point. Um, does it look like Yiggles believes that the sharpshooter Nidalee is going to be what is going to win this game or help out in the early game? But I really like the synergy that she has so far with the 2 divine and the 2 sharpshooter and just kind of sitting on that for a little while. I think this is one of the strongest boards that she can make right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a solid board, and as mentioned, it's just a between like opportunity and risk kind of idea, right? Where
Mhm.
you could pick up that Nidalee and put in the Zed and have a stronger board, and she could potentially give her a win streak, right? And that could be really
Yeah.
great for her. But that means she's denying herself of a better chosen. And anytime anyone even
Yeah.
think of that, that's when like it could potentially stop you from optimal play. So you're like, no, I don't want to lose out a chance to get a fortune Tom Kench with my Annie shop, you
Yeah.
know?
Oh, absolutely. What do you make of the fact that Yiggles is holding on to this Elise and this Twisted Fate right now? Kind of looks like she might be able to lean into Cultist. Maybe if she gets up to level 5 and finds like
Yeah.
another component. What are you thinking here?
I think these are always good units to try and keep because, as you mentioned, Keepers is really strong in the meta. Cultist early game is always decent as well. And then also Mages. So holding as much unit as possible is never wrong, especially with the idea that it doesn't destroy your econ. We saw that Eagles
Hmm.
there, she decided to pre-level in order to go for level 5, and so she had 0 gold. There's no
Yeah.
way for her to make 10 gold econ anyway, so might as well pick up all the units to see what kind of upgrades she can potentially get for the future.
Yeah. Here, I feel like you just go after the component that you want. I don't know if the
The hard part is she didn't really have much amazing components, so she just picked up more gloves because gloves
yeah.
is always such a universal item. You can make so many things with it that are good between Jewel Gauntlet, QSS, Hodge, and just many more off of that. And so the awkward part is that she already has a
Oh.
ooh, okay, so she does
Yeah.
pick up some upgrades, but she does not have a third cultist.
Mm-mm. Oh, does
So
she?
it's a little awkward for her right now, and she's even potentially thinking, okay, she slams the deep gloves. Interesting. So gloves is super universal, and pick up more gloves is always good. So the idea here is that maybe she'll just aim for more gloves in the future. These gloves. Funny thing is that I've talked to a lot of different challenger players or master level players, and it's one of the more controversial items towards the early game. It's
Mm,
either where gloves is too valuable as a component, so you don't want to waste it on an item like Thieves Gloves. Unless you're at the end game and you just have way too many gloves, then yeah, sure, you can slam a couple of them, but not
mhm.
in the early game. Versus other competitors would say that, hey, I need to save health, and I'm not just gonna hold on to these gloves for like 4 stages.
Yeah.
So I will just slam it. And so it's always been this 50-50 of is slamming these was here the right choice or not. And unfortunately, Yiggles here, she was unable to win. So it's like this really awkward win loss streak, which is always one of the worst feelings to see in in
Yeah.
any game because you're not really getting the additional interest.
Yeah. Okay. Benching the Nidalee here sold the extra one that was on her bench. Huh. What do you kind of make of this? Did put the TF into play.
Yeah, at this point she has 2 sharpshooters already, so she doesn't really care about Nidalee, especially since it has the bow on her that she doesn't really need at all. But my
Mm-hmm.
only the one thing is that I think that the bow should be in place somehow. I mean, even if you're not slamming an item, just throwing the bow onto any
Onto
unit could be
any
good.
unit. Uh huh.
So that would be the only potential thing. But I mean, at this point, she might be committed to just the 2 losses and says, you know what, this is a loss anyways, and this literally, I'm going to be selling for the bow back.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Yeah, takes the bow back. Might put it on a different champion here.
Even if she puts it on a different unit, most likely it'll just be a placeholder. We'll see. I'm gonna
Ooh.
think that it might be the Tristana. She's holding to
Yeah.
some Fable units though, and I believe we saw one Fable Nico game last round, but
Mm-hmm.
Nico is also in a very interesting spot. Due to the slight nerfs of the other S tier comps, Nico has a bit of a place in this current patch compared to previously.
Mm. Nope. Sells it.
Goodbye, Fable. I mean, she's probably gonna get 2 gold here, and she wants to go up to 20 gold minimally.
Yeah.
Gets a
See what
chain
hits
vest,
her
and
off.
then ideally, oh, no gold for this one. Oh, there we go. There's her to do 4 gold.
There it is. Takes the Tom Kench. Okay.
Oh, these items though are a bit tough. She has Runons, which is a good offensive item, but everything else is just kind of meh. There's a Sunfire Cape that she could slam for a tanky item, but you just want to kind of leave that for potential swords, right? GAs and Zeeks
Mm-hmm.
are just so much better. That's put in 3 cultists and sharpshooters. So cultists in stage 3 now does start becoming weaker, but all in all can still try to cover a bit. And we're gonna hop over to Betsy's point of view.
Take a look at what Betsy is up to. Kind of sitting in the middle of the pack right now, but still in a decently commanding position given that there are quite a few players that have dropped below the 70 health bar. So let's see what Betsy is up to here.
Betsy is scouting a lot because I think
Mm-hmm.
there's like probably another competitor that might have a similar build, and she's just
Yeah.
very curious about that current board state. And Betsy right now is fairly strong. She has 2 vanguards as her front line, and then she has the sharpshooters in the back. The Tristana doing a lot of damage. Definitely gonna pivot out of this, seeing how the Tristana has both a GA and Morelos on
Yes,
it.
I was gonna ask about that. That doesn't quite look like items that I would I would personally put on a Tristana, but yeah,
From her
good.
scouting, it looks like she was looking at the other keeper composition, or trying to see if there
Mm,
was all the cannons that are currently out, because those items would be pretty perfect for cannon at the start. And do see that she does have a Jarvan and also a Elise that she's holding. She might just pivot
mm-hmm.
out of it completely, just because of the fact that there were other keepers. Like this person
Mm-hmm.
Luna has 4 keepers going on, and she's
Oh
at
wow.
100 HP with a lot more gold.
Hand on fire.
So
Oh
it's a
boy.
little tough, yeah.
Yeah,
Go
that
against
is.
Sarah's board right now. Sarah,
Mm-hmm.
again, is at the bottom right now at 58 HP, but we did see from the previous game that she had this case again where she was at the very lower end on stage 3, but she really came strong and would do her power spike. And we did see
Mm-hmm.
that she rolled down to 10 gold. She found the Kalista too that worked out really well for her in game 1. I'm curious to see again if she's able to come back from this 40 HP stage 3 kind of like so, like a position into a top 2.
Yeah, that would be super exciting to see. I mean, Sarah's performance so far has been incredibly consistent. That's 2 second places back to back for games 1 and 2. So I'm not too worried about her just yet, I don't think, especially given how she performed in game number 2 at that lower HP deficit and then able to bring it back. But something that I just kind of want to bring up is that Luna has played different compositions, I think, every single game, if I'm not mistaken.
So far, she definitely has. I would say that from all the competitors so far, we have seen Luna pivot probably the best out of everyone in terms of seeing what they hit and then being really flexible about it. We saw some other pivots into like mages, but then there was already 3 other people going mages, so that
Mhm.
may not have been ideal. But Luna has been playing a rare composition and just really focusing on her style. Betsy here though, I think she's gonna give up on Keeper. She did put in Keeper to make a strong board this round, but she's skipping the cannon. Completely
Mhm.
just gonna give up on that, see how strong Luna was.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. I lied about that. Betsy tricked me for the final second. I'm surprised she didn't put the cannon in over the Jarvan then in order to get
Maybe
there's
scouting a little bit. Maybe didn't want to give up that she might be going into the keeper route.
well, the Jarvan gives Warlord, so I suppose that is still good, but it made the least awkward part. She might have been making sure that she won first, because I believe if she lost that fight, if she bought the cannon and put it in, she would have been one
Mhm.
gold short from econing. So she wanted to make
Mm.
sure that she had enough money. So Jarvan makes sense to stay in for the warlords and then at least for the econ. But I think arguably with the item set that she's going, it seems like she does want to lean towards cannon. It might have been good
Yeah.
to put in the cannon over to at least to try to secure a win, but that would be a slightly more greedy play style. I do like the fact that she did save for econ and want to wait for the situation.
Mhm. Well, now the cannon is in, so.
But those Tristana items, though, is a bit questionable. It's like, do I move them out now? She does find a Zaya as well, so there's argument that she could put in 4 keepers by putting the Zaya over the Tristana, at least over the
Mhm.
Nidalee. But the Sharpshooters are gonna still do a lot of damage in the back line. It's still a stable synergy to have in the early to mid stages, so she decides to keep for it.
Makes sense. Yeah, just see whether or not it can keep working. But right now, going up against Luna here. Luna has yet to lose a round, and I don't think she's gonna show any signs of stopping anytime soon. Holy cow.
Yeah, Luna, again, another player that I really love the way Luna slams items. So we did see that there were less than ideal items for a lot of these players, and they were just holding on to it. We saw that on Luna Sport. She slammed the Dragon Claw, and she also has a Sunfire Cape. Both very defensive
Mm.
items, and it really paid out for her. But we're gonna hop over to Candy's board right now. So Candy, interestingly enough, has played majorly only keepers in the couple few rounds.
Mhm.
Um, seems like she didn't get any keeper start and no cannons in sight, so this is definitely not a ideal keeper positioning for her. She is holding on to a couple.
Yeah.
But again, there seems to be a lot of other competition, so we'll see if we'll see that Candy decides to pivot into something new, or she'll be the master of the keepers competition and she'll stick with what she knows.
Yeah, I'm excited to see whether or not that's going to be the case as well. But going up against Sarah right now, Galio did just hit the board. It looks like the Elise is going to be able to continue to put in quite a bit of work here alongside the other champions on the board. And yeah, Cultist going strong right now for quite a few of these players, it looks like.
Yeah, Kane's gonna need to do a pivot on stage 4-1 because there are very strong competitors, and then Sarah with her winning streak again, and from the bottom all the way to the top, like from like stage 3 and onward, she always does her pivot. But we see that she does a little bit of leveling here for Candy, and on stage 7 we'll see her. Sorry, stage 4-1 we'll see her go up to 7 and then do her roll down.
You know
She
when to
does.
do that. You
She
know,
does.
that's
Yeah. I'm just looking at the mage spat right now that she has. This is a really good mage. If she hits a Swain on level 7, it's just a 1% chance, but
that would be so cool.
ooh, okay. I mean, in my mind, you have to play flexibly, so we'll see the roll down, but she does have a gunblade and also okay, she finds the cultist sharpshooter. Does immediately pick it up though. This is interesting because the item set is going to be. I'm curious. She could build Zeke's to give it a little bit more AD. She does have a lot of tier and rod items though.
Yeah, what does that kind of tell you about kind of like the lanes or the branches that like Candy can kind of move into?
I mean, all in all, still being flexible as much as she could, and she didn't want to tank her econ too much. So seeing that the first chosen she can, and also like that's a smarter move, right? Rather than roll down to 0 and still
Hmm.
not finding anything better. So
Yeah.
picking up the silver there, but we can still see that was a very close fight. So it's not per se the really strongest board right now. The items that
Hmm.
she made were things that are flexible. Hodge, Zeke's, you can go on any composition for that. But it's just the remaining tier and Rod on her bench right now. And also the spatula is just a question mark. So if, like, what can I really go with that? And maybe
Yeah.
she's just trying to stabilize right now. And then on 5-1, she might sell that silver again and do another reroll.
I'm super curious to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot indeed. Because if it's going for a silver 3, the other items that she would need, and at this point, you're already at 4.5 full items component. So it's really hard to get those perfect items onto your Sivir if you are going for a Sivir 3, but she is towards the bottom of the pool, so she does get first pick in Carousel. There's definitely still a lot of options, but going against Luna right now, who has been our strongest competitor so far, running the keepers and also some assassins. Haj doing a lot of work there, and Nova, this is going to be a pretty big hit onto Candy, taking 15 damage.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage, and I feel like that's damage that Candy can't really afford to take right now. You can see a little bit of worry, I think, setting in from the cam there. But let's go ahead and take a look at Luna and what she's been up to. Able to do quite a bit of work in this particular game. I mean, outstanding performance in the early game, being able to hold on to such a tremendous win streak and at 100 HP. So that's got to feel really good. But I think we're also going to start to see a little bit of a maybe a pivot here. What do you make of the champions being held on to right now?
Yeah, it's interesting because Luna does have a Rakan chosen for Elderwood, which I doubt she's going to go for any Elderwood pass, so it seems definitely like a 5-1 sell it for a better chosen. At this current part, it feels like Slayers has been Luna's more comfortable pathing, that especially with these items set too. These items is the hardest part for me. She already made a Drying Claw and a Sunfire Cape, and she has two it's like that meme of like you never want to wish upon your worst enemy to health to giant spell on your bench because you
Oh
don't want to go
no.
over at any point of the game, and then she already has a team that, so it's like, what is she going to do? Luna had a really great start, but I actually don't know if this would be a first or second place for her, just judging from these items.
Do you think that slamming the items early sort of backfired now?
It could be honest, because when you slam items early and keeping your health up, it means you're always lowest priority on carousel. And
Mhm.
then when you get into your neutral rounds and you're able to get any attack or AP items, then you're like, now what? What do I do?
Yeah.
I mean, she's definitely looking for a sword. Would be really good for her
Mm.
to help her balance it out with some Zeeks, or also, but she's also left with a chain master and another giant spell.
Oh no.
There's no way you take another giant spell, do you? But the chain is on a 1 cost, so it's just like, do I just take something for
Do you take the
econ?
money? Yeah.
Chain Vest is the better item in sense of like a little bit more variety, but it being on a
But
1 cost
3
unit,
bells.
it's just oh no. At
3
this
bells.
point, do you just slam a Warmogs? I mean, when I'm at 3 giant spelt, a Warmogs, it's time to slam a Warmogs, I think. There we have it.
Oh.
It's not ideal, but when you're giving that many
No.
belts, you just have to go with it. Going against Yiggles now.
Yeah, I gotta. Hey, sometimes it's worth it to just be able to put the components onto a champion. But oh, huge Galio slam here. Oh my goodness. It's
Yeah, Yiggles playing 6 cultists, and that Galio did get into perfect positioning, seeing how that Luna is still running for a keeper, so all the units were really grouped up with each other.
mm-hmm. Elise goes down though, but yeah, that'll be enough. Luna is starting to get out of the top of the lobby here just a little bit by taking some of these losses. 2-loss streak at the moment. Not too bad, but let's go ahead and take a look at what Emily is up to. Emily, right on the cusp there of being knocked out, does find the Sejuani too, so that'll help maybe a little bit to make the board a little bit stronger. But holding on to the spatula still, what do you kind of make of that?
Smash is awkward because she's just waiting for item components now onto the next
Mm-hmm.
stage. A duelist spat could be useful. A divine spat potentially could be useful. Right now though, she did hit the Samira, and so her current stage she's pretty strong. But again, that is prior to the 5-1 roll down, so she's most likely going to win this stage. If she doesn't win this stage, I would be very worried for Emily.
Mm-hmm.
So the Samira trying to do a lot of damage in the back line, lands on all 4 of them, and is able to clean up. The Kalista, though, from Sarah was doing a lot of damage. But to be honest, for Emily here, she's still in a very tough state. As you can see from the
Mm-hmm.
top, she lost the majority of her rounds previous to it, and she rolled out all her gold, and even then, she was barely winning against Sarah, who still has 30
Mm-hmm.
gold left.
Ooh, switches things up a little bit to be able to get the believe that was 4 Vanguard now that are now on the board here.
Yes, that is correct. For Vanguards, it's pretty tanky. She's really hoping to just hit a Samira 2 and some items to be able to give to the Samira 2. Just make your comp a little bit stronger. She does make the Drying Soul Spatula out of it instead of waiting for something else, which I think is the right choice, seeing how she does have 2 other Drying Souls and it was able to push out more damage that way. These are how she's able to make a GA and a Sunfire Cape. That's honestly her only options. I don't see her making another Bramble. I don't. Yeah, it's GA and Sunfire Cape for her, and hoping that she's able to hit a Samira. No Samira in sight.
Oh, does get the Braum too, though. Makes the GA.
She has a tanky front line, but she's just lacking so much damage right now. The Trinimir does have a Last Whisper on to do some damage, but the Trinimir's a little bit squishy, and then unfortunately Samira is still only 1 star. So we'll see how it goes against HappyMuffinn, who is playing Nico.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yeah, right now, this positioning too, all the units are pretty spread out, so the Nico could only get half at a time. Trinimir doing a lot of damage against this composition, and is able to clean up majority of it. Really good position on Emily's end against Nico as well. And then doing a quick scout against Luna and Betsy's board. Really close fight with the Zaya trying his best to stay alive, but not enough.
Yeah, some of these fights have really come down to the wire. I think that's why I get like so excited, because it's like you never know who's gonna come out on top, and I just get happy seeing all of those close fights happen.
Especially when it's down to like 1 or 2 units, so you're like, is it? Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. It's
Yeah.
just like you're just going back and forth on it.
Just on the edge of your seat, trying to see who's going to take the win. But what do you make of this? This is I think Sarah's board that we were looking at here. A lot of great positioning coming through, and I think that Emily is also trying to make sure that she's positioning correctly against her next opponent here. Yiggles now coming onto the board.
I might miss Sarah's board, but looking at Yiggles' board, she does have pretty much perfect items onto the KL. Windsues, rapid fire cannon, and the quicksilver. Oh, Emma's gonna take such a big hit onto this one. 1 HP. Oh no.
Oh no.
This is not Emily's night.
No, it does not seem so. Candy also taking a pretty big hit there, down to 11 HP. And Sarah not able to find the stabilization that I think she was hoping for. Also down to 22 health, especially after such dominant performances in games 1 and 2. I don't know. What do you kind of make of that? Do you think that she just didn't find the right champions, couldn't get the pivot?
Yeah, potentially. I know that Sarah was playing a Callista to help her do her power spike, which is really helpful with draft stage 4, but after that you really need to find yourself a proper composition unless you're going for Callista 3, which is not the aim here. But I'm hoping for Emily. So right now at this point, yeah, she was just scouting and taking a look at Candy Muffins and also seeing what her next opponent would be, because she just wants to outlive and try to not be AIF at this point. Going against Betsy right now is running a keeper's composition. All the units are pretty grouped up for that cannon, and then the Aatrox pulls them all in. Cannon's gonna get his ulta. Oh, with the Sejuani really delaying the cannon ult for a very long time, but here it comes, hitting all the units at once, doing a lot of damage, and Zaya is still alive. I think this might be the end for Emily.
Yeah, I think so too. It looks really close, but I think that's gonna be it. Emily, unfortunately, going out in 8th, and Candy going out in 7th. So we've got 6 players left in this lobby. Luna on fire again at 71 health.
Yeah, Luna at this point is pretty much a guaranteed top 2 or top 3 with her health pool. The only concern I had for Luna's board was the fact that she didn't really have much amazing items. So it might be tough to go against first place if any of the competitors build a really solid composition out of it and manage to catch up. But taking a look at Sarah's board now, I'm curious to see how Sarah transitioned out of her Callista power spike. So it seems that she went into the Slayer's route, and she does have a Samir too. So this is very similar to what Emily's board was going for, except for the fact that you're able to hit a lot more legendaries. We do see this playstyle from Sarah quite often, level 8, level 9, and then just putting as many powerful legendaries along with some Slayer synergies onto the board. So Yone 2, Samir 2. I would say that Sarah's actually really strong right now, but maybe some of her opponents is
Oh,
just that much stronger.
do you want the Asol 2 here? I saw her pass up one Asol in the previous shop, I guess going for it now.
Yeah, the Lee Sin 2 is really strong, but at this point, I think since she's down to 15 HP, she just wants to grab the Power Spike. But against Luna right now, who is also running Slayers, I think the Hodge on the other Olaf has been doing a lot of work just healing it back
Mm-hmm.
up. You're gonna see but the Samira 2 and the Yone 2 does clean up a lot more, so super close fight from both
Wow.
ends. Luna's Olaf, I would say, is stronger, but Sarah does have the lead with the legendary 2 stars.
Yeah, that does help quite a bit. So maybe that's what's been keeping Luna from having too much health in this particular lobby. But HappyMuffinn getting really close to being knocked out here, sitting at 6 health at the moment. Something that I just noticed: there's a lot of people that are going for Sejuani here. I kind of wonder if that's gonna maybe make someone's day. Now that we did see one Sejuani 2 get knocked out of the lobby. But I kind of wonder if you
Sejuani
keep it.
Sejuani is a unit that is just really great CC, so if you have room for it, you definitely want to just throw her in. She's a
Mm.
great tank, and she just does a mass amount of enemies. But I don't think it's contested enough to worry about for the most part. But against HappyMuffinn right now, who is running a Nico composition, and Sarah's board is pretty spread out, so we'll have to see the damage that it does. Nico hitting onto the back corner there, unable to finish the Cillian or the Acel, really close to it, though, getting really low, but unable to push out enough damage, and HappyMuffinn taking a big loss here, going out in 6th place.
Well, this is getting getting Sarah closer to maybe securing a top 4 here. I was getting worried for a little bit seeing how little health she had, but kind of looks like she's able to stabilize a little bit here, and we'll see what she's able to get. Still has quite a bit of gold as well to work with.
Yeah, I know we've been nervous for Sarah multiple times because,
Yeah.
but I would say that she's managed her health resource extremely well.
Hmm.
Either she kept it really high in game 1, but then she did let it tank a bit in mid game, but there was no worries on that. That's pretty normal. And it's always been shooting for a perfect balance of economy and still being alive enough so that she could go for all these legendaries so that she can ensure that she doesn't lose anymore in the late game and is able to
Hmm.
climb her way to top 4.
Yeah, it takes a lot of gold here.
Yeah, and I have to say that Sarah has put in a lot of practice in the patch. So
Hmm.
during the invite, she was definitely at Masters tier, and then she did take a break from TFT for a bit, dropping back down to Diamond 1. And this was only a couple days ago when I saw her
Oh,
being at Diamond
wow.
1. And before I knew it, I checked right before the stream, and she was Masters 100 something LP. So she grinded a lot, and the climb was
Wow.
pretty easy for her. It seems like after her break, it seems like this patch is something that Sarah understands really well of how to top 4.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely apparent given how she's been able to play in the lobbies that we've seen tonight, right? 2-2 so far, and looking good to maybe secure another top 4 finish. But let's see what happens against Jane here, as Jane's going to be able to come in with that Shyvana, really nice items on it, and is able to keep itself pretty safe. But GA going to resurrect it, but I just don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, right now both these competitors are in an interesting spot. So Jane definitely with 50 gold is understandable because of the fact that she still had 40 something HP, but unexpectedly going against Sarah, who did so much damage to her. And now the question for both of these competitors now, for both Sarah and Jane, is when do you roll down? Because you're holding 50 gold, and either one of you, especially for Sarah more so than Jane, being at 21, but still at stage 6 now, could get knocked out in this round. And so
Yeah.
holding all that gold could be a little bit scary. It seems like maybe they want to push her level 9. So at this point, there's nothing else to upgrade. If all
Mhm.
your legends are already tier 2, then at this point you just wait to push 9, which she does not have enough gold for. So
No,
it's just like,
but
can you stay alive against Betsy here, who's playing the Keeper's composition? Set gets the ult off. And then the cannon also, majority of units are taken down. The Shyvana finally gets her ult off, doing a lot of damage in the back corner, trying to chip down as much as possible with the Runons and the Hodge. And the Set comes back alive from his sit-ups, able to knock it down. And the oh no, all the Saya are coming in. they're unable to target them, and Jane takes another hit.
Another hit, but not too bad of a hit to the point that she is knocked out. But I think she might be feeling the pressure a little bit here. Maybe not though. At this point, Jane has already done better than her two previous scores of getting 6th and 7th in games 1 and 2, respectively. So, this is already a big, nice turnaround for her. Gonna go ahead and see if she can pick up the Ornn there to maybe get an Ornn 2 on the board. Oh, finds the set 2.
Was one goal short for a bit for that Ornn, but
Yeah.
quickly realized. So she got some more items. So the one thing good for Jane is the longer she can hold out, the more her competition can power spike because of all these Ornns. But at this point, there's only a couple rounds left, so maybe potentially she can last through one more set of Ornn items, and that would be really great for her. But I guess Luna right now, Luna with the Slayers, the Olaf doing a lot of damage, but the Nunu eats him up. And Jane taking the win for this round.
Wow. Everything's getting so close.
Yeah, Sarah took a hit there, so now everyone is on a one-round loss potentially for being knocked out, and Luna has now pretty much secured herself at least the top 3 because I don't think unless it's such a one-sided fight, Luna should be clear for the next round, meaning at least one other competitor is going to be knocked out, landing her at least in top 3.
Yeah. Oh, that's so exciting, though. Oh, it's so close. Everybody's just within range of being knocked out. Ooh, finds the Ornn too.
It's so awkward though, not enough to. We'll have to see. So jumping over to Luna now, who is looking. Look at her doing her roll down now as
Wow.
well. Pretty much anyone against Luna, I would be pretty afraid of, just because of the fact that she's just hitting some extra legendaries and also did her roll down and go to level 9, meaning she has a substantial power spike from the last round. Putting the IE onto the Tryndamere, and then some additional items for the swing.
Frontline so strong for Luna's board right now. Let's see what is able to happen versus Betsy here.
Yeah, Betsy Zaya putting a lot of work, getting really good CC out and also damage. One Zaya, both sides are still alive, just cleaning up. One Zaya finally gets taken down. The Olaf goes on to the second Zaya. She's gonna get her ult off, but that I think that's just too much damage. The Zayas are not able to take it, and Betsy goes out. But did someone else get knocked out? They did. Jane got knocked out with negative 9 HP. So Betsy takes third with Jane going 4th.
It looks like Luna might be able to secure a first place here, depending on how everything stacks up against Sarah's board now.
Yeah, I'm super interested in this, to be honest, because Luna suddenly has now a lot of great items. The last time we checked her board, she had the Warmox. I think she had Caesar and Sunfire came, and where did all these damage items suddenly showed up from,
I guess from the minion rounds, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm glad it worked out to your favor. I mean, it's both through carousel and also neutral rounds, but look at all that massive damage coming in from all the Slayers. Sarah's board is just being taken down. So Mira goes in the backline though, is able to clean up some more additional units, but would it be enough? The Samira putting in really good work with the gold collector and Olaf. Not enough. It's gonna be the final 1v1. That was such an insane. So Luna's board did so much massive damage early, but then the Samira comes in and just cleans up so much.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, okay. Taking the set.
It is a 1-star set though, so
Yeah.
really hoping to find that Zillion to just revive a lot more of your units and able to push out more damage as necessary. Awkward spot for her though that she got a Dragon Soul spot and she's already at 3 Dragon Soul, and all the units that she would want the Dragon Soul buff are Dragon Soul units themselves. Find the set. What is that hit? Just find the set too. There we go.
Hey, that's just TFT for you right there. Sometimes that's super lucky though, and that might just be exactly what Luna needs in order to take this first place. But this is coming down to it. I think this is going to be the last fight that we're gonna have.
Yeah, so it's just a question of, can Luna burst through everything quick enough, or will the Samira be able to push out enough damage to clean up? And that set is going to make a pretty big difference. So going into Yone right now, in the middle line. Lisa is about to get his ult off, but gets taunted all the way to the back there by the Shen. And what an awkward pathing. The Shen putting in work, and the cleanup from Sarah's end. It's just the set left now, and the set comes in with could not ult in
Oh,
time.
oh no.
Luna taking second place and Sarah taking first.
Hey, Sarah at a certain point, I feel like was just so close to being able to get that first place in those last couple of games. So that's really awesome to be able to see that she is able to secure that first place. But what an exciting finish! That lobby really did come down to the wire, Risa.
Yeah, super exciting. I mean, both these players has been performing exceptionally throughout all of it, so it's great to see them at the final two once more. So with Luna's playstyle, love her early item slams, and she's able to kind of just like ramp up from that and manage to be flexible enough that she's still able to get her core items throughout the late game. And then Sarah's board, it was such a shame for Luna finding that set too. The set actually did not ult even once. It was about to, and then great positioning from Zara, where the Shen, the one, I believe it was a 1-star Shen, just taunted him away and took like 5 seconds of like the set just walking around. Did his setups, came back out, and just died right before being able to ult. I do think that if the set was able to ult, it would have made a difference. So just really well played from both these competitors on both positioning and also flexibility.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. And I think these scores will agree with you too as we get a chance to look at where these players are after 3 games tonight. Sarah with a 2, 2, and 1, securing first place at the moment with 26 points. And Luna close behind with a first and a second place at 22. It's still a pretty tight race. Unfortunately for Emily, I feel for her. I just don't think she's quite getting what she wants and what she's looking for in these lobbies.
It's a tough spot indeed, and also in a tournament setting, sometimes when you do get like that 1/8, it could be very demoralizing as well. So I'm sure that like it does kind of affect her slightly. But hey, like getting a first and first here could still pull back a lot of the points for her, potentially getting her into top four. And even for cases like Sarah, again, exceptional second in first place.
Yes.
Like that is such a great performance. But if she goes eighth and eighth here, she might get knocked out completely from the top four as well. So there's still 2 more games, and you definitely can't let down your guard.
I know. I think that's what's so exciting, right? Is that there's still pretty hot contention for those top 4 spots, and these players are playing for a little piece of $2,000, right? A big piece if you end up getting first place. That's 1,000 just for first. But everyone else sharing a little bit of that prize pool as well. And of course, Risa, we're raising money for charity. You can donate by using exclamation point WW to also read a little bit more about the charity that we are working with. And you can also go into all of the players' respective Twitches and get a chance to donate through them as well. We have a little bit of an update. I believe that we are at $280 raised so far. So let's continue to hit those goals. And thank you so much to everybody that has donated so far.
Yeah, and don't forget that Puma has agreed to match up to $15,000 of donation. This is going to be a longer esports series that's going to go on with the Valorant edition going on to April 2nd and 3rd. But keep those donations coming, and with Puma matching, we're happy to be able to raise money for such a great cause.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this, especially knowing that Women Win advances girls and women's rights amidst the scarce resources that are available for the feminist movement. So you gotta think about the fact that, I just love events like these, being able to support and uplift and celebrate all of the incredible women, especially during International Women's Month. It doesn't get any better than that.
Right, and then with this tournament setting as well, with these 8 fabulous players here, and giving them a platform to compete in is something that seeing this lobby here has just made me so excited. Just because of the fact that I have seen some of these individual players go into some of our other tournaments, but it's usually one of them at a time. I have never seen all 8 of them in these lobbies. And also for many of these competitors, this is actually their first TFT tournament ever. And so being able to put them into the setting and see how they would perform under this competitiveness and also pressure has been really like exciting for us, just be able to review that and be able to see like their excitement too, like when HappyMuffins won her games, like just seeing the joy of it
Yeah.
and knowing that she was like really nervous previous to this and now doing such an exceptional job. Just really commending all the players for their great performance so far.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of HappyMuffinn, let's go ahead and start on her perspective in game number 4 of the Women in Leadership Esports series featuring Teamfight Tactics. We're getting a chance to see the first carousel here. Obviously, I'm seeing quite a few tiers and gloves here. That might be really helpful for the early game for some of these players.
Yeah, we definitely saw some of the players learn from potential mistakes, a little bit more scouting that we see where now 3, 4 players are all going for a mage pivot. And rods are always good as well, just because yeah, it's good for mages and also for the fact that you could run Kale with the rods and rod in general can
Mhm.
pretty much be used in every single composition, even Talon Morgana. The Morgana uses Morelos. So there's a lot of options there for these players.
Yeah, I really like that. I think that's going to lend itself really well for people to be able to just get a chance to be flexible in their play style as well, and just kind of see what comes their way and maybe what they're going to get a chance to work with. Interesting that Happy Muffin picked up 2 Tom Kench here and is just decided to go ahead and put them both on the board.
Yeah, I mean, in general, like you want to pick up as many pairs as possible. Did choose Tom Kench over Elises, so there's the question of do you value the keepers or the cultists more, or do you value the brawlers and potentially a fortune play? One thing I
Mhm.
was gonna say is it's been our 4th game now, and we have yet to see a single fortune cash out. I'm
I
missing my fortune
know.
excitement.
There will be some players that think that is the best thing in the world.
Don't get me wrong, fortune isn't something you should force, right? And maybe none of the competitors has hit any fortunes early game. Or maybe they decide that it's just too much of a bait, because I won't lie, fortune has definitely been one of the most fun competitions to watch throughout all the tournaments from
Mhm.
regionals, phase, etc. Because of the fact that you either just go into fortune prison and maybe you never get out. And just end with like an 8 for 7. But there are other times just that like huge cash out is such a good feeling. So I'm curious. I'm really hoping she finds a fortune chosen here. Fortune Tom Kent, not quite what we will love. Oh wait, she already picked the brand, so that was my fault for not noticing that.
For
No,
the
no
brand.
fortune for us.
No, I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna get a well, we might get a game number 5, see whether or not some of these players do risk it for the biscuit, if you will. But yeah, going ahead and slay me the jeweled gauntlet down onto the brand here. I'm what do you kind of think about that choice?
I mean, she did find a mage chosen, so there is the
Mm-hmm.
potential of just keeping this brand all the way to the end. Well, you won't keep it end because you want to have it eventually for Aurelian Soul.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is maybe getting a different items that could remove it, or eventually just sell it completely. But Jewel Gauntlet is great for KL, and it's also great for honestly, you can even put it on Samira if you wanted to. Majority of units could use Jewel Gauntlet. So again, it's about the item slamming. We have seen some players with pretty much the most tragic openers, and not every player are as flexible or as open as Luna is, where they just slam like some fire cape or dragon claws right from the
Yeah.
start, and then I hold on for better items. But if you get a decent item such as Jewel Gauntlet, 100% you just slam it right from the start just to push out more damage and something that you know you could use in multiple compositions.
Sense. Let's take a look at Sarah's board now. Going with the Brawler build here. You got the Maokai, the Tom Kench, and the Vi on board right now, with a couple of other strong components sitting on your bench. That's good. I feel like this is a pretty solid start here for Sarah, just to be able to get that strong front line going.
The only issue with this composition right now is there's just no damage. So for a brawler
Mm-hmm.
is good for sure. It's very tanky and is a very sustainable board. But the question is that where do you put your items on? Like we do see the bow, the tier, and the glove, and there's really no unit here that you want to put it on right now. So we
Mm-hmm.
see here that it is tanky. It did take down a lot of the units, but just no main damage. And so Yiggles Tristana in the back corner there is able to take down
Yeah.
Sarah's composition.
Does get a Nidalee 2 here. Goes ahead and slams a couple of items down. That's going to be helpful.
Seeing that Sarah didn't level for the previous fight, I think she knew that her 4 brawlers board was pretty weak and there was nothing in
Mm-hmm.
her shop to really carry her through that fight. So I think she was already expecting the loss anyways.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But she did find a damage carry now with the Nidalee too. So Hodge, Bo, and Millie goes on her, and going is HappyMuffinn now, who does
Hmm.
have the 3 mages.
Mm-hmm. With that brand in the back, just being able to do some damage there.
Yeah, the double ult is pretty useful, and so we see the brawlers try and get through. But yeah, as mentioned now that she does have a damage carry, Sarah's board suddenly gets extremely strong because yeah, as you mentioned before, the brawler synergy is really tanky, and it's just all about protecting that Nidalee now.
Yeah, I really like the corner placement there. Makes it a little bit harder for things to get there unless you're maybe going with an assassin kind of build. But let's see what happens on this next carousel. Some interesting components here. Everybody trying to go after the sword really fast.
Yeah, so she could either go for the bow, which gives her a option for a Kale build, or she could go for the cloak that goes and makes rune-ons for her. She does make the rune-on, so here she can find a Shyvana. So one thing that is really great with brawlers is that if you do find Shyvana early, Shyvana acts as a great tank and also a great damage carry. So she's most likely just gonna immediately slam that cloak onto the Nidalee, and if she finds a Shyvana, I'm sure that she'll switch out of it as well.
Well, there's a 2-star Tom Kent for you. See what happens next. I kind of wonder. This board's already pretty strong if you're able to keep that Nidalee 2 alive. So maybe if you're Sarah, you just kind of sit. I don't know if you do you roll here more? Make
You never
Runin.
really roll in the early stages, but
Mhm.
the question for her would be, does she level? So she does have 18 gold here. She could go to 20 if she decides to sell both Garen, or if she feels like she was strong enough against other competitors, she would do the double level in order to keep a win streak. But I think upon scouting, there was like a chosen Annie, and there was like a couple other boards that did seem pretty scary. So
Mhm.
because of that, she did choose to save her money and just play a little bit safer for the econ.
Playing against Luna right now, I just gotta commend Luna once again for the fact that I think this is yet another different start for her going with the 3 cultists.
Yeah, I believe so as well. And Luna actually got some proper items to slam early, which is really great to see considering how the first two of all the games so far, she had really rough items that she just had to throw immediately from the start.
Yeah. Let's go over to Candy's board, see what's going on over here. Dragon Soul Sharpshooter at the moment with the Vanguard synergy as well.
Yeah, so on Candy Sport right now, it's really, I mean, I think Dragon Soul is actually one of my favorite starters. It's just very simplistic. You put a couple of Vanguards in the front line, you run
Mhm.
Sharpshooters, and the Dragon Soul really just takes it all away at the back line. Your Braum will probably die pretty soon, and if not, it just means that he's taking up such a long time that your Sharpshooters can push out damage. And then
Mhm.
eventually, when the Braum does die, the Tristana can do enough damage to just carry through the rest of the fight.
Yeah, look at that. Tristana able to do quite a bit of work there. So that's gonna feel really good if you are Candy at the moment. Taking a look at what's going on Happy Muffin side of the field, as well as Jane is doing a little bit of scouting to see how these other matches are going. But let's see what we find off of these Krugs.
Yeah, so right now she already slammed the last whisper. So some items that would be really good for her here would be probably more sword. A GA component would be pretty nice. Hodge, a tier for the Sivir could also work
Hmm.
out. I do see that she already has a chain vest, so yeah, it would be the sword or the tier would be probably the two components that I would want the most from the Krugs.
Let's find out. Ooh, got some champs. Hmm,
I mean, gold isn't too bad here. I
that's
mean,
not
in
too bad.
Krugs, like you could potentially only get 2 gold. So in total, she did get 8 gold along with another glove. Although, as mentioned at this point, I really don't think you would slam gloves. The question with gloves is either at the very end of the game or at the very start if you do want to save
Hmm.
HP. Really rare for the middle to slam these gloves. And ankle is never bad. Her econ was looking a
Hmm.
little low, so that does help her out a bit. Seems like this might be the Aeon build that we were talking before. Oh, she does send the these gloves. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, she
All
is on
right.
3 win streak, so she just wants to keep that up at that point.
Yeah. Ooh, we got another donation coming in, Risa. Eric, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, thank you. That's gonna bring us up to over $300, everybody.
Hey, let's go. Thank you, everyone. I know that on everyone's stream, so not just us, there's the link for each player that you can also donate to that also contributes to this total donation goal.
And don't forget, Puma is going to match up to $15,000 donated. So let's get those donations in and really make this a great show for Women Win.
For sure. So right now with Candy, she's in a pretty solid streak, 4-win streak, really strong back line. I'm curious where she'll go from here because at this point it's not really going to be a Gaspo. She is holding onto the Diana and also the Tristanas. However, I doubt that she's going to have any rerolls going on here. So no Tristan, Nidalee, or Sivir, or Diana threes. So I'm gonna see if she's gonna sell and then go for the Slayers soon.
Yeah. A lot of strong components, I feel like, onto the Sivir here, and the Sivir and the Tristana and the backline just being able to put in quite a bit of work without being untouched right now until the Galio comes in and slams down.
Nekkra's favorite unit, Gallia.
My favorite.
Gallia is such an interesting mechanic as well. It reminds me of Mech from the last set, where it's just like this giant unit just coming down, right? Or like combining into the board. Although I wish that like on these boards it does seem like if you don't really notice or look away, the 3 Galio can be missed. But when you get to 6 or 9 Galio, just that impact of when they land on the board,
Oh,
it is
yeah.
a really
Oh,
great feeling.
You don't miss that.
Oh, why
You
am I the
feel
one
it.
talking about that? This should be
You-
Nekkra.
You feel it in your bones, Risa, when you see that 2 or 3-star Galio hit the field.
I don't know if my feelings are that strong, but you know what? I agree with that. There is excitement there for sure.
All right,
Hopping over to Luna's board, starting with
yeah.
keepers and some cultists again, which we did see in
Okay.
previous win streaking and loss of HP saved for the late game.
So do you think this could be a pivot to just like going keepers for the rest of the game? Or
I think that I'm almost certain that Luna will go back to Slayers. It seems like Slayers has been her most comfortable pivot, and also with these items that she already has, GA and Hajj. I mean, granted, you can still go keepers, GA onto the Kennen, Hajj onto the Zaya. But unless she gets like a chosen keeper Zaya on 7 or 8, or even the Kennen, I really doubt she would go for that route. It feels like Slayers has been her best comfort zone.
Yeah. All right, another carousel now. Doing some
Trying to figure
scouting
out.
here. Yeah.
She does have a glove, so it's a question of does she want to build another Hajj? Does she want to go Last Whisper? Or does she want to build QSS if she did notice there was like a lot of CC composition potentially coming her way?
Makes sense. Yeah. I'm a little worried about Jane right now. Jane is like half the HP of HappyMuffinn at the moment.
Yeah, 38 HP. Honestly, if you get to 40 HP by wolves, you're in a pretty tight spot. Like, it's pretty scary to be that low. So being 38 HP 2 rounds before wolves, I agree with you. It's definitely a concerning factor for sure. Luna is able to pick up her tier, so that's another Hotch for her. She wants to slam that on.
Let's
But
take
we're
a
gonna
look at
switch
Jane.
over.
Yeah, I just want to see kind of what's going on here. All right, Assassin Spirit Mystic at the moment for the composition.
Oh man, I wish Jane was playing Fortune with this 8 loss streak going on. Then there would
That'd be
be
a
a way
huge
to really
payout.
come back. Yeah, for sure. This is a tough spot running assassins right now. I mean, she built the IE, so I think this might be just a talent play for her. I think once you send the IE, it's a little bit hard for me to go too versatile with this. But we'll see. I mean, she does have 50 gold, and in a couple of rounds, she mostly will sell off that Diana and see what she can make from it. I think the IE thing was really just to put out some additional damage, especially if she's already running some assassins in order to save some more HP at this point.
Well, she was able to get a win on the board. That's gonna feel pretty good, especially not playing Fortune, but if you had been, that would have been a nice big payout there.
That would have been my dream to see one fortune payout in this tournament.
Maybe the fifth game, Risa. Well, we'll have to DM some of these players and say, just go
Everyone.
Fortune.
Everyone goes fortune in the final game. But
Oh
yeah, at
yeah.
this point, every single win here is a relief for Jane because any additional losses is would be
Mm-hmm.
pretty bad for Jane, just because the fact that she's already, as you mentioned, half the HP of her competitors. But going against the Brawlers competition right now, onto the Shyvana as soon as possible, pushing out a lot of damage with that Diana. And Jane should be
Ooh.
able to secure a win just against the Tahm Kench. I wish we were not concerned about the Tahm Kench.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great. That's exactly kind of what I was talking about versus that build, right? Is like, what if you do go assassins here? You're able to get into the backline so much better, and then deal with your damage carry that might be sitting at the corner. So that's gotta feel good for Jane here. Getting to Wolves now, able to get 2 wins on the board here. So yeah, you're still kind of at that 40 HP threshold at Wolves, but looks to be a little bit more stable now.
Yeah, she's gonna hit level 7 soon, and I'm curious to see what her rolldown will look like. Because I think
Mm-hmm.
by for one, this current board would become extremely weak. So some pivoting or some extreme updates would definitely be needed. Does
Yeah.
find some Zeke items or a Hodge item, and then also in their bow items. So these are all good, really great AD items for her. Picks up the Kindred,
Ooh.
Irelia. There's a decent start for talent potentially.
Pike 2.
She did not sell her Diana, so I think she's committed to Assassins.
Mm. Yeah, especially picking up another Akali there.
Just the question of, so there's 4 Assassins on the board, but was she really get 6 Assassins? She does have the Katarina on bench, wasn't able to find Talon.
Mm-hmm.
Going against Sarah now, who didn't really hit that much of a power spike, so I think that should still be a win for Sarah's board. It's just a question of the positioning of the Shyvana. Shyvana pushing out a lot of the damage, but now the Diana's
Ooh.
onto her.
Yeah, and then you're able to deal with that front line pretty well here. I just don't think that Maokai is going to cut it here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see this. It's like a play on to. It's definitely not Spirit Sharpshooters, but it's Spirit Assassins.
Mm-hmm.
And this is my first time seeing this composition, but I have seen or known that a couple people have sometimes run this on ladder with the Akali, and it has worked out for them.
Mm-hmm. Thinking about maybe trying to pick up another Akali, but wow, what do you sell here? I guess you sell the Asol, try to get that in, puts the Ornn in as well, just to try to get some of those items rolling.
Yeah, it's just a really tough spot just because you are at 38 HP. When you're at, like, let's just say Luna's position, right, at 96 HP,
Mm-hmm.
then you pick up all the Akalis as well, you tank your Econ, and you're not really concerned about it. If anything, you could just buy those units and just wait around for your Econ to slowly go back up. But when you're down
Mm-hmm.
to in your 30s, you do have to be really careful and always just play your strongest board because of the fact
Yeah.
that you can't really take any more losses at this point forward.
Absolutely. Let's check in with HappyMuffinn now, who is sitting at 43 HP and at a 3 loss streak at the moment. Finds a Zaya. Ooh, doesn't
I
have a chosen yet.
I think she has to pick that up. Looking at her
Mm.
composition and also the fact that she's holding onto 2 a Def Cap, Jewel Gauntlet, and also QSS, and even before hitting that mage chosen, I had a feeling she was already going for mages. The awkward part is
Mhm.
just she has a, oh, she's my fortune player. I just
Oh,
noticed.
huh, look at that.
But she's only at a couple of loss streaks, so I don't think there's much of a payout here, regardless, unfortunately. Unless she
Oh,
takes a couple more losses, which in that case then it definitely ramps up. But I'd be worried about more losses as well because she is at
mm,
43 HP.
absolutely.
So
Oh, the Aurelian Soul in the back for Luna right now, just continuing to put in so much work.
the Relisol should be able to clean up, I believe. Oh, we'll see. The Lulu and also the Annie just so tanky.
That's
The thing is,
true.
I can't tell if I want to root for HappyMuffin to win or lose this fight just because I want to see more of a fortune cash out. But at the
Yeah.
same time, I also want to win to save some HP. And it looks like she will, so we do
Oh,
get a
yeah.
mini fortune cash out for us to see, which I believe should just be some gold and maybe I actually don't know if there's even a potentially an item.
Well, you got your fortune game. Game number 4, you finally saw some fortune. How does
I
that feel?
did. I did see a little bit of fortune on stage 4. I think a little bit earlier than that would be very nice. But maybe I'm being a little too greedy. Fortune players, you know?
Yeah, yeah, you fortune players.
I really do hope that with the gold that she gets, it will help her stabilize a little bit more. I'm curious to. So she is picking up Darius and more Katarinas. So it makes me wonder if she's even positioned thinking of a 6 fortune game. Because that's 9 gold on her bench right now for that. And she's also holding some keepers as well. That is a lot of gold. But she
Yeah,
does finally sell off majority of it, sells all the Darius.
lots
Alright,
of
gets 2
gold.
item component and a Nico. And also, yeah,
Mhm.
this is a really oh wait, the item components was came with the target dummy. I was really surprised at first because I was like, there's no way that many item components came with gold came up from 3 fortunes. But it came from the target dummy. But the extra Nico helps so much for her. The level 7 and
Yeah.
able to get a set 2. Candy also there though, getting a Kennen 3. And now we
Wow.
get to face each other. So the set immediately targets the cannon. Really great for her. Henenov coming out finally, getting the ult off, but can the set slams one more time? No, it's not enough. And HappyMuffinn takes such a big loss here.
Yeah, that one's gonna hurt. Just a little bit. But,
Yeah.
finding the set 2, I feel like, can really help to be able to really get something strong going on the board here.
Yeah,
Um
this is awkward because she's playing 5 mages, but none of the
Mhm.
mages right now do any damage. The only one with a item is the Lulu with a chalice, but Brand and the Veigar doesn't have any items, so it's really needing an Aurelion Souls in the corner. And also, like,
Mhm.
yeah, all these items are on the set, and set 2 is really strong, but right now, set is basically the entire composition.
Yeah. Kind of the focal point and kind of trying to do the hard carry here. But let's see what
Yeah,
happens now
so
versus Emily.
Set getting stunned for quite a long time, finally getting his ult out, cleaning half of the board, and now moving on to the right side. This should be a pretty easy cleanup for HappyMuffins. Set doing his push up, Tom catching the backline, tanking up as much as possible. Emily taking a hit here, but Emily also does have 50 gold, so this is way before her roll
Yeah.
down.
Emily's still in a pretty good position, I feel like, then, based on just the economy, too, going into Raptors.
Yeah, so HappyMuffins in a tough state. Sells off her mages. At this point, mages is no longer your carry, and she's now moving on to brawlers and hoping that to buff up that set more and have set be able to carry more properly.
Mhm. Yeah, I could see the Vi pick up there. Another Vi on the board. Really hoping to maybe find a third one to just be able to get that as a 2-star.
Yeah, she also has a lot of items on her bench, so we'll see another spatula for her.
Ooh.
So she's able to build the FON. There we go. She got her Force of Nature, level 9. This is really good for her right now. Finds the
Ooh.
Shyvana Brawler chosen as well. This was exactly what she needed.
Yes. Also finds the Cho'Gath too to be able to put that onto the board. You just need one more. Oh man, you're so close. But
Yeah,
that's
just these
exactly what she
items
needed.
are just so tough, right? Like, these items are great for set,
Mhm.
and then everything else you just kind of put on that Shyvana. I would actually move the Shyvana you potentially one line of back now that
Yeah.
he does have the rapid fire cannon. But we'll see how this plays out. As a set getting 6 brawlers buff now, doing a lot more damage and a lot more tankier, and is able to stay alive and push out as much as possible against Sarah's board. Sarah rolled down to 0 gold here, and HappyMuffinn taking a really solid win.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the Shyvana chosen though. That was so hype to be able to get that right off the bat.
Yeah, especially with a brawler as well, so you could take out one of the more lower
Mhm.
brawlers or just finding a better transition. At this point, I think even potentially finding a Dragon Soul unit and take out the 3 mages would be beneficial for HappyMuffins.
Mhm.
The Annie at this point doesn't really provide too much, especially since the Veigar and Brand doesn't have much items. But we're gonna hop over to Emily. Emily doing a much better game this round
Yeah,
and going for 4 Vanguards, 4 Divine, and a KL carry.
I like it. Now where to put that kale, I feel like is the question here.
KL almost 100% always goes just in the corner spot. Um, but the only difference is especially if there's like Cephers or like depending on what the
Mhm.
enemy team is targeting. Going against Sarah's board right now, Sarah is down to 1 life with 7 HP. Kale pushing out a lot of damage onto the back line there, and then the Trinimir trying to stay alive. Does his spin, pushes out the damage, but I don't think this is going to be enough for Sarah. And Sarah taking an aim. Oh no, I jinxed Sarah. Saying
Oh no.
about the ace. Oh no. Sarah's still in a very great spot though in general, but
Mhm.
finally taking an eighth after so many second places performances and first.
Yeah, and for Emily too, like being in the top 4 at the moment, that's gonna feel so good after some of the performances that we have seen for these first couple of games, and that's exactly what we're talking about though. 2 games left, anything can really happen.
Yeah, it's also like a much better reset for your mindset. The minute you get out of bottom fouring and just getting even one first place or one top 4, you're like, all right, I can do it. It just helps you reset completely.
Yeah, going against Yiggles right now though.
Yiggles with only 15 HP remaining, and Emily's board is really strong right now, just pushing so much damage, and DKL is just unstoppable in the backline there. Interesting
Yeah.
enough is that Yiggles is also going KL, but the main difference
Mhm.
is that Emily's KL does not have to move because it has RFC. Yiggles does not. So Yiggles
Mm.
KL is really awkward getting CC'd a lot, trying to move into a closer positioning, versus the Emily's KL is just very safe in the backline.
Yeah. Let's see. Entering into another carousel here. Jane and Yiggles both really close after that fight against Emily there to being knocked out.
Yeah, Emily has a really strong board currently. And so she's probably going to be able to econ back up and just push for some levels since the majority of her units are upgrade besides some of her legendaries.
See what else she finds.
Actually, is that KL1? It might be a KL1 now that I actually. Yeah, it's a KL1. I just
One,
realized
yeah.
that Yiggles had a KL2. And because of the item difference, that KL1 is able to beat the KL2.
That's so impressive.
And yep, there we
Yep,
go.
Nika's help. Mm-hmm.
At that point, yeah, KL is really the only upgrade she really needs, and after that, it's just econ and back up.
Mm-hmm. All right, going against Jane now. Uh-oh.
Jane did find a Akali 3, I believe. Yeah, that's a golden Akali.
Yeah.
Immediately onto the KL.
Ooh.
We talked about such a safe positioning onto that KL, but then the Mia jump, but does have the GA revive, and then the assassin's unable to target her anymore. Oh, that was good positioning too from Jane's end. However, it's just not enough to burst through, especially with the GA.
Yo.
Oh,
Ooh.
and Yiggles also gets taken down for 7th place. Or 6th place.
Now Betsy's sort of on the chopping block there. But yeah, Emily looks to be in such a solid and commanding position now. Not quite on that hot streak that we see Candy and HappyMuffinn on, but getting very, very close.
Oh man, Candy has double Cephers going on and 3-star cannon. That has to be
Ooh.
scary. We talk
Yeah.
about positioning and scouting a lot, and when you see a board like that, you know you have to
Yeah.
position properly.
Oh my gosh, you can see, yeah, Emily immediately moving the kale to the other side just in case.
Going against this is a ghost composition. Might be potentially Luna's or I believe it's Luna's composition, seeing how it's Slayers, but I
The
could be
Galley, yeah.
wrong. But yeah, KL pushing a lot of work. Samira getting into there though. So unfortunately for the KL, it did actually move up majority of the line and end up being in a much closer danger than expected, but was still
Mhm.
able to clean up due to the GA. And Betsy gets taken down in 5th place.
Yeah, but this looks like it's gonna be a photo finish here. You still got 4 players that are at pretty high health pools, I feel like, for being at 5-7.
Yeah, and then look at this. Luna actually went 6 mages, so it was
Ooh.
actually HappyMuffinn's board that would be the Slayers, because I believe Candy is keepers. And Luna has a very solid build herself, really great tank items onto the Annie, and then got the Gunblade GA combination onto the Relin Soul. Then finds herself in the GA.
That's pretty strong. Finds a set, takes the Sejuani 2. Thinking about putting it in, yeah. Or and also really close to making another artifact.
Yeah, one more round. At this point, all 5 competitors have pretty high HP, and 2 of them are on a winning streak. So it just
Yeah.
means that everyone here at this point has really strong boards, and it's going to go on for quite a bit. So I'm curious to see how the next game would come out. So puts a G onto Sejuani just to get a little bit more tanking and stunning, going against HappyMuffinn's board, who is running Brawlers. Who is the Slayers composition? I guess that was Candy's then.
Oh, wow! That's a kind of a mix-up, though, because we,
Oh, the
we kind of thought
set.
that Candy would go keepers.
Yeah, I believe she's playing a mixture of keepers with the Kennen 3 and also Slayers, but that set just now body slammed the entire
Wow.
team, only leaving the Aurelian Soul alive for a brief moment.
Oh, it's getting so close. I have no idea how that one's gonna go. Okay, we found a 2-star here. That's gonna be really good. Ooh,
Alright,
geez.
interesting. Yeah, at this
That
point
is-
it's hard because just throwing items onto a unit when your 2 core unit already has 3 full, unless it's a
Mhm.
very specific item, there's not as much uses. Or even
Mm.
the Orin does have really good CC in general though, but he does tend to die a little bit early at this part of the stage. But we're against Cannon's board right now, who is playing the Kennen 3. Oh, I see. Okay, so it was Bessie playing Slayers then.
Mm,
Every round I had to figure out who the Slayer player was that we saw
yeah.
in the first round, and it was Bessie because Bessie was taken out within that same round, and that was
Oh,
how you were able to
gotcha.
play against her ghost.
Gotcha, gotcha.
We figured out the mystery.
Ah, we got there. Luna
Ooh,
should take another win here over Candy.
Sayasol is really interesting because she does go invulnerable during her ultimate, but however,
Mhm.
when you're against like 3, 4 other units like that, it could be really tough, especially with Aurelion Soul, who does have a gunblade themselves, and is able to out-sustain Desire there.
Ooh, taking the Ornn out, getting up to 7 mages now. Okay.
Positioning against as much as possible, she decides to keep her placement. Was trying to
Mhm.
hit onto the KL there. So we have seen this composition be very 50-50. KL has shown more of a lead against
Mhm.
mages, so we'll have to see how this goes. The Aurelion immediately hits onto the KL, so good
Oh.
position on Luna's side, but KL comes back out from the GA, growing really strong, takes out the Annie, and now onto both the Aurelion Soul, and Aurelion Soul is able to clean up there. Gets the stun off, but the 3 tanks remaining is Sejuani, Aatrox, and then is it
Ooh.
nope? I was just gonna say that was so close. The 3
Yeah, it
tanks were
was.
trying their best, 3 vs 1, but I knew the instant they were also able to get 1 ult off, the burst of
Yeah.
damage from the 5 mages, or sorry, 7 mages.
Yeah, wow. That was super, super clutch to watch. Now, still
Yeah.
everybody's so close though. Like HappyMuffinn at 28. You've got Luna at 27, Emily at 23, and Candy at 18. This is still a very, very close race, but they're all solidified top 4 right now.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, out of all the competitors, I would say HappyMuffin has been on the longest win streak now.
Mhm.
we'll be able to see very shortly. 9 win streak it was. I got a
Wow.
peek of that. And this late of a game too, that's just insane. She was able to find the Giovanna 3. And again, that said, initially when it
Mhm.
was with the 5 mages, then basically nothing because the mages was not buffing it at all. But now that they're at 8 brawlers, the set is
Yeah.
the one scary unit. Onto the trap claw Sejuani though, which is a little bit awkward. The trap claw does get taken down before, and set just kills the
Ow.
entire team there. Onto the Aurelion Soul, but no. Luna
Ooh.
taking over 20 damage in that one fight.
Wow. Oh my goodness. You know, I want to. I'm really interested about the positioning of the Tom Kench on HappyMuffinn's board. Um, his back back right corner is where it was. Took some
It's
really awkward pathing.
it's probably to counter all of Candy's suffer, to be honest, just because of
I
all the
yeah.
crazy suffer going on. You just have to
Yeah.
throw some melee units in the back.
I like it. I like it.
Shyvana does have her Quicksilver, so she's safe from all the Zephyrs, so it's more about that
Mhm.
set in the front line, which
Yeah.
both Candy and Luna is down to 8 HP, and we did see very briefly, Emily's KL is really such a fun animation to see when you do have Gwynsies on KL at the very
Mhm.
latter, especially overtime part of the fight, and you see KL just going ham onto the enemy units.
That's so fun.
But going now against Emily. So now it's the set against the KL. Set is positioned onto the right side. Should be able to hit right onto the KL there. Slam
Mhm.
Stunk. All the units gets off. Not enough to bring down the KL though into GA format. It took a bit for her to revive. And the KL now, the Quincy's ramping up onto the Shyvana. Shyvana is
Mhm.
being so tanky now. And the set is just one-shotting everyone in the back line one
Oh
by
my
one, just
gosh.
punching. The set is too strong.
It is too strong. And we were concerned about HappyMuffinn for a little while, right? Getting the 2-star set really early, but maybe not necessarily having the right champs to be able to support that. And now look,
Yes,
8 brawler.
Smart Hearty realized the minute she slammed all the items, getting that set too, that hey, like 5 mages here is what I was leaning towards, and it's the direction of majority of users I hit. But the only carry unit that is going to work for me is my set too. And she was able to sell her chosen, and amazingly was able to find a Shyvana brawler, and now able
Yeah.
to go on such a heavy win streak that she even find the Shyvana 3 now into now 50 gold lead
Oh my
against
gosh.
all the other
Yeah, level up.
competitors.
Yeah,
Luna
level up,
did
why
get
not?
taken down to
Mhm.
4th place, and HappyMuffinn does get her level up, so she does have to play around the double Zephyr. I'm sure that Candy is going to do her best to Zephyr the KL and then the set, depending on who she's going against. So we saw the backline Tom Kench probably because Candy had
Mhm.
that against the KL previously, but now
Right.
the Zephyr, yep, right onto the oh, I think I missed the set actually. Oh no, I did hit it the set. Okay. Really great positioning on Candy's board, but is it enough though?
Yeah, the set's still gonna be able to come in and he'd get a huge slam.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough. The Shyvana too, it's just so tanky with the Hodge and also rapid fire cannon.
Yeah, wow.
And
Plus the target dummy.
even with one of the perfect Zephyrs, it's just not enough against that set. And Candy also gets taken down in 3rd place, so it's just the KL versus the set and Shyvana. We did see that it was very okay. Emily just had Leeson 2. I'm not sure if she has any items on
Ooh.
it, but that could be what she needed to bring down the set. KL is able to kill 99% of the units, but is still struggling against the set. If Lee Sin, who has 2 items, is able to kick the set away, there's a chance for Emily.
Oh, let's see. Let's see what happens.
Yep, Happy Muff is immediately moving that set away from the Lee Sin.
Makes sense.
Getting a really good position there onto the right side. Set does
Oh,
ult really awkwardly into her own backline, unable to hit any of the units onto Emily's board.
I
KL
think
doing a
that's
lot of damage down onto the Shyvana. The set's gonna move in
mhm.
now, but the positioning wise this time worked out way better for Emily, and
Yeah,
Emily takes the win on this one.
but it's still down to the final battle. Oh my goodness. It might not even be the final battle. It's been close. So I wonder if Emily would even get knocked out to a loss here.
Yeah, so
Ooh.
it's one, the Lee Sin needs to kick away from the set, and then the set and also the Kale needs to be not on the same side as the set. I mean, to be fair, it actually kind of worked out with Emily where Set's first ultimate was on the completely wrong side, but and so that played into Emily's favor. But we'll see once again. It's just a position battle here.
Oh, we're about to find out, Risa. Let's see who takes it home.
Kale on the top left corner spot. Set got stunned for a very long time. Set just coming in, destroying majority of the competition though. But the Lee Sin is still alive, trying to keep but just focusing onto the Cho'Gath and not onto the correct unit. Kale trying to push through, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Huge Cho out there. GA is gonna be able to pick the kill back, but it's not enough. HappyMuffinn taking a first here.
Well played from HappyMuffinn. Another top 4 for her.
That's so exciting. I love that it came down to positioning there and maybe making sure that you do get the Lee Sin in the right place versus the set coming in. And that's why I love TFT. It's about those moments that it really comes down to the wire.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing I have to say is I really love what Happy Muffins did during her roll down. So there's like a concept of different pivoting stages, right? Like there's your 4-1 pivot where you're like, forget my early game. I'm gonna go for what I hit. And Emily had, or sorry, Happy Muffins was hitting a lot of mages. So she's like, mages is my composition, right?
Yeah.
Finds the set 2, finds 3 items on the set. I was like, you know what? None of these mages are doing anything. Goodbye, mages. And then she full pivoted into one of the perfect brawler composition, finding a brawler chosen, Shyvana 3. And well played on her end for doing that other second pivot and also positioning against all the other contestants throughout this.
Absolutely. HappyMuffinn really putting on a nice clinic of how to do that. And we're going to get a chance to see where HappyMuffin is in the score standings now as we get a chance to look at the scoreboard. First place with 2 firsts for HappyMuffin. May have had a little bit of a weaker showing in round number 3, but with round 4 and 2 firsts across the board, 29 points now, and only 2 points separate first, second, and third place, Risa.
This is such an insanely close lobby, and we do have
Yeah.
a prize pool of $2,000 where first place gets half of it, 1K immediately for winning this one. And I'm rooting for Sarah a little bit because of the fact that I feel bad I did jinx her, where I said that if she goes
Mhm.
double eighth here, things could still be flipped around, and she has been performing an amazing job from rounds 1 to 3 with second, first
Mhm.
place. So I definitely want to see her come back and end off strong, but I mean, I love each and every one of these competitors, and I cannot wait to see who will take home the prize money.
I know. And oh my gosh, and we're also playing for such an amazing cause, right? Not only do we have $2,000 on the line, but we're also raising money for Women Win. And we've already raised quite a bit here. $300 so far for the charity. Thank you so much for everyone that has donated so far. You can still donate using exclamation point WW and also going into the other contestants chats and using the command there to be able to bring up the Tiltify page. So make sure you take a look at it, see what Women Win is all about, and when we come back from our short break, we're going to bring you game number 5, our final lobby of the evening.
Women Win is a nonprofit organization based out of Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Our mission is to empower adolescent girls or equip adolescent girls and young women to achieve their rights through sports. Sports really for us is not about so much building the leadership, because we believe inherently there's leadership in adolescent girls and young women. It is truly about giving them a space to practice that leadership, to successfully fail, to fall down, to get up, to win, to lose, things that in their everyday lives they just don't get enough of. We know that a girl who plays sports develops skills that are critical to all aspects of her life: confidence, leadership, communication. Women Win CGI commitment is to economically empower 100,000 girls through sport. We call this our One Win Leads to Another strategy. We create open source tools enabling partners globally to design and deliver high quality sports programs for girls at risk. By building the capacity of over 60 grassroots organizations, we have already directly impacted 20,000 girls. Progress on this commitment is being accelerated through strategic partnerships across sectors. At Women Win, we're committed to creating a generation of winning girls who act to change their lives and their communities. We are confident they'll show us all that a win on the playing field leads to a win in life.
everyone, and welcome back to the Women in Leadership Esports series featuring Teamfight Tactics. We are 4 games into our 5-game series, which means, Risa, we only have 1 game left.
I know, I'm sad about that part, but the scores were just so exciting with them being 1 point away from each other, and we're just so close with the final match to see who takes home first place. And regardless, even though it's coming to an end, I'm still extremely excited for this final game. And I know right before this we were talking about drinking energy drinks, even just because we're so amped up and pumped up for this
I'm
tournament.
amped. Let's go. I'm super amped about this too because we just got in a $50 anonymous donation. Thank you so much with a great message saying it's great to see fellow women out here inspiring myself and others to be better at the game. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for that sweet message and for the amazing donation. That means, everybody, we are at $350 raised for charity tonight. You can still donate using exclamation point WW to bring you to the link. And you can also go into any of our players' chats, use the link there, and all of the proceeds that we get tonight will go towards this charity.
Thank you again. Super happy for everyone being here and joining this, all the players and also Cassie's here being here for a great cause. I'm honored to do this, and having Nekkra alongside me has been nothing but really fun. And we're about to hop into the final game to see who will go first place. Nekkra, I know it's a really close matchup. What are your thoughts on this final game? And who's your favorite for tonight who would take home the victory?
I think Luna is gonna win. Maybe this is me. I hope this is not me caster cursing her, but she was a favorite of mine from the very beginning. Just knowing how good she is at everything she puts her mind to, and it's the same to be said about all of these women that are competing tonight. But I just think that Luna has proven herself time and time again in these lobbies to have such consistent performances that it just seems like a surefire win for her.
Yeah, and alongside Luna, there's HappyMuffinn and Sarah Bellum, who are just a 1 point difference away.
Yeah.
HappyMuffinn being in first place, and then Luna following right behind, and then Sarah 1 point even behind that. I'll take the cheaper answer and root for the other two opponents there. With HappyMuffins being one of her first tournament in TFT ever, and so I'm stoked to see her. I know she was very nervous for this tournament, so being able to see her perform so well has just been really great to see. And then also Sarah just started off extremely strong. One of the most consistent
Yes.
and best player at the very start was second in first place. A bit of a rougher game in the last one going eighth. So I would hate to see her suddenly like just drop from that. So I hope that she bounces back and potentially take home the victory. But again, all three players amazing. And even everyone else has been great players in this tournament. And there's still a lot of places following first place to be taken.
It is so inspiring to me to see these women come out and compete. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing to just get up one day and say, hey, I'm going to compete in a tournament. There's pressure that comes along with it, especially when you are competing for a $2,000 prize pool. So I'm proud of everybody that said that they were going to compete, and they all showed up today.
Yeah, showed up, gave it their best. We saw from every single competitor, they were scouting, they were pivoting as much as possible, just really trying to play their best sport and being competitive from early to late game. So I love the focus and I love the dedication to this game.
Yeah, and now we're in game number 5 of the Women in Leadership Esports series
Wait,
featuring TFT.
do
Wait.
you see what I'm seeing a synergy that I love?
Ooh. Ooh.
We finally
Risa.
have 3 fortune in the early rounds. We did it after 5 games, a 2-1 fortune. Please never sell this until you're at 8 or 9, or don't sell it, but as in cash out like above 8 losses, please.
I told you game number 5. I told you there's going to be some people that risk it for the biscuit. Okay, Risa? And maybe, you know what? Betsy might get stuck in fortune jail, but hope not. Let's hope not.
The funny part is that so she did level up and her board isn't weak, but I'm actually rooting for Betsy to lose these early stages so she does go into Fortune Prison so we can see an amazing comeback and cash out. But I do hope that maybe she'll take some like lighter losses though, so it's not like she's taking 6 to 10 damages every single round.
Yeah, it's not too bad so far. It looks like might be moving some other pieces of the board around just to make sure that there isn't going to be too much of a too strong of a board, I guess. Taking a look now, it's 3 fortune, 2 brawler.
Yeah, the awkward thing with fortune is if you do happen to win your first 2 stages, there's definitely the incentive you just don't bother with anymore. You'll just sell your fortune you got is worth from it, a couple of gold here and there, and you just go on with a different build completely. But if
Mhm.
you are in your losses, then that is what we call the fortune prison, where you really can't pivot out anymore because you have to capitalize on all the losses that you're taking and regain what you lost.
Yeah.
Which she does win here, and makes you worried that Betsy will sell off her fortune at Krugs.
Oh
Which
no.
I'm really hoping she doesn't,
Risa.
though. I'm hoping. I'm hoping for 3 losses from here until Krugs. But even if you saw it there, like she got only 1 loss, and she's able to get back 6 gold from it. So it definitely, fortune in general is a really great early game, one of the best, I would say, for synergies.
Well, keeping the top catch for now. Getting the mages on the board too. That's pretty good, but maybe not getting the fortune payout that you're kind of hoping for. Oh, nope. For a second there, I thought she just sold the top catch, and I was like, wait, no, what are you doing?
So here she actually does weaken her board a bit. I would say
Mhm.
the Katarina in this particular composition is okay, but all in all, I'm not quite sure once the Shivana transforms. Yeah, should
Mhm.
be a loss. But the reason why she did sell this because one, maybe she heard me and she wants to go for the fortune loss streak. But also two, so in order she could sell off her mages. Yep, there we
Mhm.
go. And to make her goal, she doesn't want to sell off her Katarinas. And potentially lose the fortune. She still wants to hold on to it a bit longer, so she decided to opt out for the other, weaken her board, and just sell off for more gold.
Well, I got another donation coming in here from It Was Magic. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. Oh, really appreciate all of this, especially knowing that Puma is going to be matching donations up to $15,000. So thank you so much. Every little bit counts. And we really appreciate everybody that is donated tonight. And also come out here to support these incredible women.
Yeah, thank you so much. Happy to see the donations come in and also everyone contribute to such a great cause. And one thing I want to know, you and I made a comment previously how splashes are supposed to be lower drop rates compared to other items. They are a bit more
Mm-hmm.
rare, but almost every single game we've seen, we have like a carousel with like 3 spatulas, and they just keep coming and coming for our contenders.
It's just the Mort blessing. I don't know what else to call it.
I'm surprised we haven't found the entire spatula carousel right from the
Yeah.
start.
Maybe we'll get it this game. Who knows, Risa? Anything is possible in TFT.
Going as Canyon right now, who is starting with Duelist, which is a pretty strong
Hmm.
trait. Duelist, she does have 2 more on her bench. Duelist is pretty rare in the competition these days. It's not S tier composition. However, if you're able to hit it really early and get your Yasuo through without spending too much econ, it's definitely a composition that can still win you the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like what have we seen a lot of maybe divine duelist. I feel like that maybe I might be misremembering.
Yeah, we might have seen a couple of Callistas and Jaxes in the beginning, which is really good
Mm.
transitions for just doing a quick power spike and going forward with that. Cultist Duelist is another one, mainly that we'll see.
Mm.
But full Duelist, which is where you do go for a Yasuo 3 potentially, is a lot rarer these days. But hopping on to
Gotcha.
Jane's POV right now, she has some sharpshooters and backline along with Spirit. And unfortunately, her front line is a little bit squishy, but she is against Betsy right now, who has a very weak board with her fortune in order to capitalize on more loss streaks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ooh. Goodbye, Tom Kench. Betsy keeping up the fortune streak alive.
Although I'm a little bit worried about Bessie taking such a hard hits, though. But you know what? We'll get our cash out later, which is what I like to see.
What do you think's going on with Luna right now? Already at 68 health.
Oh wow, yeah, that is almost similar to open forting, I believe, of just taking full damages every single fight. So
Mm.
definitely want to check in a bit to see how Luna is doing her early game. And I wonder if she slammed down her items this time. Maybe she is grading out a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Maybe at least try to secure that top 4 finish, right? With the points that she does have, and just being able to play for that. But
Yeah, at this
so
point, losing that much HP, especially knowing this final game is going to be pretty crushed, it's kind of scary to be such a low HP at this point. But Jane here finding herself in Morels, potentially, or a Gwynsu's if she wants to use that. These are two possible spammable items. I find that Tom Ken Chosen is actually pretty decent for it too, because she was lacking a front
Mhm,
line. So this Tom Ken here, even though she already has a Brawl synergy, so it doesn't do much there, it's still helpful in the sense of having a 2-star front line so that the sharpshooters
mhm.
can do more damage.
Yeah, absolutely. You got the Tom Kench and the Maokai up in front just to be able to kind of take some of that damage away from your sharpshooters that are in the back. Let's see how it fares now. Going up against Emily, who is on a 5-game win streak right now with the Cultists.
Yeah, great to see Emily coming back here. It is a completely different time zone for Emily, so I know it starts pretty late at night for us, but Emily's in Korea right now, so it's very early in the day for her. So you know what? Waking up and now in these final 2 games, she's ending it off with a bang. Love to see it.
Maybe you just need a little warm up, you know? Just needed a couple of warm up games, and now we're really getting into it. But let's take a look at what Luna is up to. Going for sharpshooter Vanguard right now with the Dragon Soul as well. Um, got the 2-star Tom Kench leveled pretty early. It kind of looks like here, just kind of going for a really early 3-2 roll down. It looks like.
Wow, this is I wish we got to see the board baby slightly earlier, but either or, this is amazing what we have here. And the fact that level 6 roll down is normal, especially if you're really weak. But
Mm-hmm.
seeing some of Luna's movement, it seems like she did a completely full pivot, and she did roll down a lot more than I expected. Usually, you roll down a little bit, and once you
Mm-hmm.
stabilize, but it's rare to see this pivot happen, such as this one.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be maybe a win for her. I don't know. That was kind of a big Cho'Gath ultimate.
Yeah, surprisingly too. It's against Betsy, who is still on her fortune.
Oh,
So
she
this is
lost. Oh
so
no.
Betsy almost was able to cash out from Luna, surprisingly. Which I actually don't know if Betsy would have wanted that, just because of the fact that it is still in the early stages of her loss streak.
hmm
But Luna here, finding a Fable Nico, is this what she wants? All
Selling the
right.
top bench. Okay.
She has Vanguard, she has Mystics, and she also has a Hodge, which is a really good item for the Nico.
Yeah, gets the Yumi on the board too. Ooh, we got a donation coming in here. A big one coming in from Chavita. $50. Wish I could do more to help, but thank you to all the ladies, casters included, for doing this wonderful tournament. It really inspires girls like me to improve in gaming.
Aww.
Chavita, thank you so much for that kind message and for that $50 donation. Every bit helps to get us towards that $5,000 goal, which will be continuing in our Women in Leadership Esports series featuring Valorant coming up April 2nd and 3rd. So there's still plenty of time to donate using exclamation point WW up until the Valorant tournament happens on April 2nd and 3rd.
More than happy to see more and more players improving in the esports scene, be it if it's just your regular grind or actually getting into tournaments, either or. Always happy to see it.
Oh,
Oh,
we got another
Luna.
one.
In a
Oh.
bit of a struggle here, trying to figure out what direction she really wants to go. She finds the fabled Nico, and then she has also a KL though, and it's just like, where am I going from this? At this point, it seems like she might just stick with the Nico because it's the best she has at the moment.
Mhm.
But either or, this is still kind of a scary position for her. And also, we'll have to see if Bessie ever cashes out now that she's also dropped below Luna.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether or not the cash out happens or if she just gets stuck in that fortune prison. But we got another donation coming in. Anonymous, $25 for my favorite gamer, my 11-year-old daughter, Caroline.
Aw.
Thank you so much, Anonymous, for that $25 donation and for that amazing message as well. I just want to piggyback off of this and say, you know, I'm someone who is still learning the game of TFT too. And seeing these amazing women inspires me so much to want to learn the game more, do better, and get up to their level. I want to compete against some of these incredible women someday.
Yes. I always get so excited whenever I hear anyone wants to compete. So I'm ready. Like, tell me if there's anyone you know. Like, I'll find a tournament. We'll make something happen. But
Let's
we do
go.
see here with Luna though, she did slam RFC onto the KL. It seems like she just picked up the Nico in order to stabilize a bit more. But that Nico might be go. And Bessie gonna win!
Oh,
Let's
huge
go!
cash out. Look at those Nikos and look at that gold. Wow, now you could pivot away from this.
I got my dream, and I have to say that Bessie, although she may not be able to get first place anymore in the overall tournament, I'm still rooting for her in this game. She made my dream come true in the sense of the fortune cash out, and that was a 6 loss streak that we saw.
That's a lot. But let's see how this composition is going to fare now against Jane, who has a very strong brawler frontline here with the 2 Cho'Gath as well as the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, the Nico is also in the back line trying to push up some damage, and also the Zaya. I mean, right now, Bessie winning here again is really good for her. She's still holding the 3 fortune, so I'm surprised she was able to get 2 wins in a row without really truly pivoting her board yet. But now she has a lot of gold to go level 8 for 4-1 and then do her roll down, which I am very curious on what she'll transition to. Unfortunately, she only got 2 Nico from it and no items. Once you're over 5 losses, there's a potential of getting a spatula, and you could pivot into mages pretty easily. We saw that she was holding some Annies, but because she didn't get any of those, now I think it's a question of what legendary she's going to hit, what is she going to Nico, and then build around those legendaries.
Yeah. It's a really good position to be in, just to be able to have those Nikos, just in case you want to try to 3-star something that comes your way. Or 2-star, excuse me. Maybe 3-star, who knows? But let's see what happens here. We got the Cho'Gath in the back. Sell some
We'll see
things.
what is being sold. She picked up a lot of slayers here. She's thinking on her items. She's able to build Last Whisper from here, but is it enough? Finds a
Lee
Lee
Sin.
Sin. She could double Nico that if needed, but still has a lot of gold to roll down. So picks up the Vanguard Aatrox, it seems like.
Got the Nautilus as well, just to have it on the board.
So
There we
she's running
go.
a type of Vanguard build, being 6 Vanguards, and potentially just right now she slammed those items on a Nico, but I'm not quite sure if she's gonna commit to a Nico or not. It seems like she is after selling everything off. Yumu will make Mystics, and then she needs to find a lot more Nikos in order to make this comp a little bit stronger. But 6 Vanguards is just such a tanky front line. So the Nico is doing its best, a 1-star Nico, and honestly, that Aatrox Vanguard was a really great find. We did see that every time any unit potentially got close to the Nico, the Vanguard Aatrox was like, "Nope, come back here to the front line with me."
That's always fun to see. All right, let's see what else Betsy is able to find. Finds another Nautilus here, is going to be able to pick that up. Oh, does get a Nico, so gets the Nico 2 online, puts the Sejuani in instead. Maybe trying to find some space for the Yuumi, but
she could take out the Aatrox and put the Yuumi in order to put in Mystics. I don't think. Oh, okay, there we go. So keeping the 6 Vanguard, she was holding an additional Nautilus and also additional Aatrox, so either or would have been a unit. And finding Ornn here could be a really good double Nico for her, because then she could start getting a lot more items, and that way she also can get rid of that 1-star Garen for a really proper tank.
Yeah. Gallia coming in though from Yiggles. Yiggles still going with Cultist here.
Really love the Cho'Gath animation too of the entirety of the board.
Oh, me too. That's an ult you don't miss.
Yep, and now we're jumping over to Yiggles now, who is playing the Cultist Keeper composition. Still has not completely pivoted away from either or. It seems like maybe it seems like this is the type to go into Slayers, actually, with those item choices with Last Whisper and Runons, and potentially a GA onto the Kalista soon.
That would be a pretty strong pivot. Maybe waiting to... What are you waiting for at this point to make the pivot?
Well, Well, it's tough because of the fact that she is at 39 HP. So I believe she already did her roll down and she's right now stabilizing and hoping that she's strong enough to able to just win this. She does win this one fight. But judging with the other contestants, I think she might want to wait until 5-1 to level to 8 and then roll down. Right now she's looking for the chain vest, I believe, for the GA, which lands up right in front of her. Does she want it? She's thinking about it. And there we go. It's also on a 5-cost legendary too, which also plays in like, hey, it'll help me econ a lot better.
Oh, we got some massive donations that just came in. So we got two $100 donations from
Oh,
Direboy. Thank you so much. Love to see TFT action for a good cause. Great event with great casters. Thank you so much for that massive donation. And Doa, $50 donation. I grew up gaming with 3 brothers and 4 sisters. We were all ultra competitive with each other, and it was great. Video games are for everyone. That's so amazing. Oh, and I completely messed up. It's the $100 donation, but still $150 more. We are at $585 raised, Risa.
yeah, thank you so much, Direboy, and also Doa, a fellow caster and someone we love working with. So great to see the support from the community and other casters for this. It's been insane, the support that we've been getting, and also again the fact that we get to be here and see this high level competitive play from these amazing players has been a great experience in itself.
Yeah, it really has been. This has been so incredible. And like I'm learning so much just being here in the casting booth with you, Risa, and also being able to listen to all the great casters that we had at the region finals. I feel like I've upped my game quite a bit just from being able to experience all the different play styles and all the different compositions. So it's been really wonderful.
Yeah, loving the versatility and how sweaty even these lobbies have been.
Yeah.
We have seen that the final scores right now for the top 3 players are at 29, 28, and 27. Each and every one of them are only 1 point away. So this is such a tight race, and I'm loving it.
I know. Oh no, Luna's getting so low though. 33 health.
And Sarah too, right?
Sarah too. Oh, and Yiggles though too at 39. Everybody's kind of close though. Everybody's a little bit closer
HappyMuffinn though,
together.
who is one of our top contenders, sitting there it's looking good for HappyMuffinn, but we have seen Sarah and Luna both power spike towards the mid game, especially on their 5-1 pivot, and we have seen some amazing plays from these two ladies. So still a lot more to see. And Yiggles is also doing a little bit more extra damage, and we'll see this Calista get sold pretty soon for I mean, with Last Whisper, you are a little bit more stuck with your pivoting or more limited. And we'll have to see if she's able to hit some Slayers to help out here.
Yeah, the Slayer is just such a good composition. I'm a little sad we don't get more keepers right now, especially because Doa is watching.
The favorite combo. It's not the same as Star Guardians in the previous set, though.
I know. But
But I mean, she found one Slayer already in that shop that she already has, already throwing onto the G and the Last Whisper onto the Tryndamere. And here we're gonna see the full level and the roll down. Will she find her Samira 2, Olaf's, and Tryndamere?
Olaf.
Okay, well,
Ooh.
finds Olaf for sure. Finds a Yone there, finds a bit more Olaf, so many Olafs.
Oh my gosh!
It's not Olaf through with not enough income for it. Finds a Azir along the way. Still looking for that Samir, ideally, in order to push some more, and also needs some Tryndamere. But all in all, this is still a lot of great legendaries onto the board. She has 3 Slayers board along with the Azir and the Lee Sin for some CC.
Oh my gosh, able to put down the GA. Was sort of thinking about maybe putting something else there, but you see the Runins as well.
Interesting that potentially for, well, QSS is important, so it's Frozen Heart QSS, or you build another Hodge, but then your other defense item is really weak.
Yeah, I was thinking, maybe get the Hand of Justice on there, but
Oh,
nope.
and then Luna also being taken down to 7 HP now too.
I cast a cursor. It's my fault.
It happens. These things. Well, to be fair, I cast a Cursera.
Oh no! Oh no, please, it can't be on me.
No worries. We can't believe all our contestants will jump to the top. But we did
Yes.
see Sarah did roll down. She is at 1 goal now, and
Mhm.
she has completely transitioned into a KL composition, duelist KL.
Okay.
Very clean transition from her, and this looks like a really solid composition. Going against a talent composition, which we have not seen this entirety of the game. We have seen
Mhm.
attempts of it, but soon people would pivot out of it just because of not hitting or it just hasn't been working out. But the talent did a lot of really great work there. Unfortunately,
Mhm.
not able to completely clear off the kill.
Yeah. The Kale was able to put in so much work.
Yeah, this is an interesting build because this kill does not have RFC, so in that
Mhm.
right corner spot, it's not as safe because it does have to move up quite often and move around more in order to get to certain units. But the one thing that does help this kill a lot is the fact that it has a duelist spat, and duelist spat is one of the best ones on her. Just the
Mhm.
extra attack bonuses really helps out with this composition.
Gotcha. Well, let's take a look at what happens now versus Luna.
Ooh,
Oh
kill
no,
versus
this could be the
kill.
end. Let's
Luna
see what
does have the
happens.
RFC, so she does have a little bit of upper hand on that end, but I think that Sarah also has a lot of great legendaries on her side, and
Yeah.
so we'll see here. It's down to the KL versus KL and the RFC Hodge difference here.
Wow, yeah, rapid fire cannon is just so good, especially just to be able to keep that Kale safe. But ooh,
Must
Samira?
be a really huge hit. So now Luna, HappyMuffinn, and Sarah are all very close to each other in their scorings.
Yeah, wow. Oh my gosh. This is such a close lobby. And that's kind of what we were hoping for the last lobby of the night.
Yeah, and it seems we cast a curse all three of them to be on towards the bottom four. But either or, even
No.
if it's the bottom four, like every one of those placements matter, be it eighth to seventh, even just because of the fact that they are only 1 point differences from each other at the moment.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
So the goal right now is honestly just placing higher than the others, and there
Yeah.
might even be tiebreakers involved.
Oh my gosh, that makes this so exciting. Oh, I can't wait to see what's going to happen for all of these players. But everybody's kind of within striking distance of each other right now. Jane seems to be the only person that seems really safe. Oh, Betsy got a Nico 3 online.
My fortune player into into Nico 3, exactly what I
Are
love to
you
hear.
proud now?
I'm very proud. Best of luck to all the fortune players out there.
Oh, it looks
They're
like it's
against
gonna be
Jane right
versus
now.
Jane. Ooh, strong board here. You got the Maokai and the Cho'Gath 2 right in the front there with the Orin on the side. Able to ultimate. Huge Cho'Gath ult too.
Shyvana trying her best to try to take down more units, but it's not enough.
Wow, yeah. Sarah looks to be in a pretty commanding position now, but Candy is just took a pretty hard loss here. Now it's Candy, Yiggles, Luna, and HappyMuffinn all
Yeah,
below a 10
this
HP threshold.
yeah, that's so scary at this point. It's like even like 1 HP matters in the sense of like placement for them. So they really want to
Yeah.
make you in a position to try to kill off. Well, one, you just want to win, but two, if not, then you just have to try to position to minimize the loss as much as possible.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh my goodness.
Nerve-wracking moment for sure to keep an eye out on which one of these three as well. But going to Betsy, who hit the Nico 3, a huge power spike on her end, go against the
Mhm.
Jade with the Nautilus 3. So lots of upgraded units on Betsy's end. The Fortune cash out coming in, giving her lots of money and all the extra Nikos that she needed. I'm gonna assume that she used those double Nikos on either of those units, most likely the Nico, in order for that power spike to happen. And she's gonna look to pretty safely go for a level 9
We
push.
got our we got our first knockouts, Risa. It is
HappyMuffinn.
It is Candy and HappyMuffinn now out in 8th and 7th respectively. Luna on a hot streak right now, just barely hanging on with 7 HP. Yiggles as well at 6. Jane now at 9. We are coming down to the wire for our final lobby of the night, where it matters a lot because there's only 2 points separating first, second, and third place. They are all a point apart.
Yeah, we talked about too, like Sarah and Luna. These are players that were 7 or 8th at the very beginning, taking their health below 50 HP around Wolf's time. It was really concerned for them, but we did mention how both these players do amazing pivots between the mid to late game that even with the low HP, they're able to come back. And we're seeing that right now. Luna on the hot streak going from last place to 5th now. And then also Sarah jumping all the way to 2nd place and trying to save a lot of her health. But again, all these competitors do have fairly low health, so in a couple of rounds, it could be anyone's game and being knocked out into the last position here.
You can see Betsy just went ahead and leveled up to 9 with all of her gold. Woo!
Strat Stillness perfectly into the middle spot. Really good positioning against Luna here. And Betsy's board is really scary against Luna. So with the Aatrox pulling it in, and the Nico's still alive. Oh no, I think this might be it for Luna. Luna
Oh
gonna take a
no.
really hard hit here. Yeah, Betsy's board is probably one of the strongest in the entire lobby.
Yeah, that just might have been a little unlucky for Luna to have rolled that particular challenger. But Luna does go out in 6th. We've got Jane going out in 5th place, so both of them getting knocked out. But now we got Yiggles and Emily on the chopping block.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we'll have to do some of the scores differences to see, because I believe Betsy was in 5th place, in the previous, but Sarah might have secured her win potentially just from top 4 in this lobby. I mean, 4 out of her 5 games, she's been doing a completely stellar job.
This has been such a fantastic position for Sarah to be in, but let's see if she's able to take the win over Betsy right now. Betsy does have a very strong board.
The Yone trying his best to go onto the Nico 3, and he jumped on her like 2-3 times, but it was not enough. Sarah getting taken down to a very low HP there. Emily getting knocked out in 4th place.
Oh, you both Yiggles and Sarah. I think Betsy's unstoppable now. I think Betsy's gonna walk away with the first here unless something extraordinary happens for Yiggles or Sarah.
The caster blessings to fortune and then the caster's curse to hard.
I hate it here.
But look at these amazing upgrades. Just another Soul 2, as if Betsy was not already strong enough and still ahead of other competitors, but now level 9, fully upgraded board besides the fact it's just the Ornn missing now, I think. Going against Yiggles, who is playing some Slayers. Aatrox pulls all the ult together. Nico does get pulled in, but is able to ult now exactly in the middle, hits basically all the units.
Wow, huge Cho ult there.
Olaf does revive and is able to heal back up sufficiently, and now onto the Nautilus, but Nautilus just knocks it up immediately, not doing so much damage and taking Yiggles out in 3rd place.
Last carousel of this game, game number 5. All the marbles on the line here for the Women in Leadership Esports Series featuring TFT. Let's see what they go for here. Nothing, you know what, Risa? Nothing makes me quite as happy as seeing Chonks as the final 2 standing.
Everyone's favorite. Well, mine is actually the Dumpling. However, I would have to say that the Chonk does hold a special place in everyone's heart for sure.
Oh, yes. Oh, do you sell something to get the set too? No, I don't think
No,
you need it.
Betsy is so much ahead and also so much richer that she doesn't need to sacrifice anything for it.
Yeah.
Find the
It all
best.
comes down to this.
And the best positioning for the Shroud.
Shroud.
The majority of the unit.
Yeah.
It's a question of if that Yone is able to get the Nico in time, goes straight into the back line, but it's not enough. Hits the Zillion first. Nico doing so much damage, just pushing it again right onto the crux of everyone. Does miss the final one though. Yone is doing his best, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And Betsy takes home the victory of the last game, but Sarah also getting 2nd place in the lobby.
So that 8th was a fluke. You know, it was just a small fluke there, Risa. We didn't cast a curse too bad for Sarah.
I do want to say though, amazing gameplay from all the competitors. All the competitors that we saw that were struggling a little bit more in first, second, or third place was able to like top four, top five within this lobby and really show themselves of like what great tournament players they can be, and also
Yeah.
TFT players. But also commending Sarah as well. I did cast a cursor for that one game, but otherwise, tremendous, great result, which we'll see very shortly, Nekkra.
Mhm. Whew, yeah. Oh my gosh. That is so so exciting. I can't wait to see all the scores tally. But before we get to that point, let's take a look again at that prize pool, that $2,000 that everybody was wants a piece of. First place gets 1,000, Risa, but everybody goes home with something.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll have to see who's going to be taking home the first place prize, which I believe we know who it is, but we're going to wait for the scoreboard. And then second, third, and fourth place all gets a drastic amount as well. But to all the competitors who has played today and also helped us with the tournament, they also get a small contribution. But looking at the scoreboard now, Sarah with the first place, a dominating performance. Second, first place. We'll ignore round four, but then another second, leading her with 35 points. And then HappyMuffinn and Luna close behind, tying. HappyMuffinn does win the tiebreaker with more first places going second, Luna third, and Betsy, love the fortune play at the right end, does climb herself into fourth place, Nekkra.
Yeah, that's awesome to see the top 4, but, you gotta have a give a huge congratulations to our all of our competitors, right? It takes a lot of courage to be here. It was for a great cause, and you're also still walking home with a little bit of something, and now maybe we'll see you in more tournaments. I would love to see that, especially knowing that for some of these players, it was their first major tournament experience, so gotta commend it to everybody. Really great job all around.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more of these players in future tournaments and to continue casting, or not even as just a viewer, to support these ladies in their journey in TFT. And I hope to see them for set 4, for 5, or set 5, set 6, even future TFT competitive tournaments.
Absolutely. And don't forget, we are raising money for charity, everybody. Use exclamation point WW in chat to get the link to donate for Women Win. And we already have another donation that came in. And I believe that breaks us over the $600 mark, everybody. Amuda, thank you so much for the $30 donation. I absolutely love seeing my fellow women come together for a great event like this. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the amazing message, all of the incredible donations that we've received so far. Puma is going to match those, Risa. I'm so excited.
Yeah, up to $15,000 is insane, and we are going to get more of these in the future. This is going to be our esports series, so the next one where our partners Amuka Esports will be holding the Valorant edition on April 2nd and 3rd. So keep those donations coming throughout this week.
Absolutely. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll get a chance to talk to our winner in an exclusive winner's interview. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Women in Leadership Esports Series featuring Teamfight Tactics. We just went through 5 hardcore games, and we have our winner with us, Sarah Bellum. How are you? First of all, I want to say congratulations on your incredible first place victory tonight. And I just kind of wanted to ask you, what were your expectations coming into tonight's event?
Definitely not high. I haven't been playing TFT as much recently because the chosen mechanic I wasn't really a big fan of, and I've been addicted to Valorant, so I was definitely not expecting to even top 4. So that's exciting.
I mean, one thing I did see was that you were Diamond 1, but then during this week, right before this tournament, you were able to climb all the way back to Master with over 100 LP. So definitely there was something doing right for you this patch. And also, I did notice in a lot of your games, your health would get fairly low in the beginning half, and then you would just come back with really strong power spike. And out of all our competitors, you had probably the most legendaries on your boards all the time. So can you talk us a little bit about your strategies coming through these type of games?
So I think since the beginning of TFT, I was a very first or eighth player. I think I really enjoy that the most. Like, I would do space pirate only, or I would do like moon man only, because to me, just spiking at the end is like a really satisfying feeling, and that's why I don't know. It doesn't matter if I go first or eighth, but I think in that situation when you can go first from a spot like that, it's just I don't know. I think that's really fun. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well done on that. I mean, you said let's go first, and you top 4 out of your 5 games coming into it.
hmm
So, what is something you did to kind of keep up with that momentum? Was that something you thought about, like, hey, I did really well this first game, I have to keep it up, or you just kind of like kept each game separate from its last one?
I definitely think I kept each game pretty separate. The game I got in eighth, I think I was a little too greedy because the first 3 I definitely high rolled, so my like first or eighth mentality wasn't too bad. And then the last game, I actually was kind of worried about that game because I was not in a good spot. And then I was able to transition to Kale, which I actually haven't played in a long time. But that comp I played like I one tricked that comp a lot, so I was really comfortable with it. So that was good.
Final question for you before we let you do some shout outs is what does it mean to you to be able to compete in like a women only or an all women tournament like this?
I definitely think I guess it's a really special thing. This is my first tournament, and being able to play with a bunch of amazing girls out there that are all high elo in TFT was really fun, and I hope there's more events like this in the future so that the women in TFT can get spotlighted because I feel like it doesn't really happen a lot in or esports in general. So yeah.
Well, we hope to see you compete in many more tournaments in the future. Are there any final shout outs that you'd like to make?
Um Definitely shout out to my Twitch community for staying with me throughout different games, and Michael, my boy K3 Soju, he did some last minute coaching and it was really informational and I really appreciate that. So yeah.
Well, Sarah, once again, congratulations on your impressive victory tonight. Thank you so much for participating, and we really hope to see you in the future.
Thank you guys for having me. It was really fun.
Well, there you have it. Some really inspiring words coming out from Sarah, and I'm really excited to see what the future holds for all of these competitors.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this being her first tournament ever, I didn't even know that. I thought she might have competed in a couple of other tournaments just because of how calm she was, yeah, and also her stellar performance. But no, she came off really strong, and she talked about her coaching as well. However, like we meme about Soju's performances sometimes like an AA 75, and no, Sarah's coming here with second, first, and first. So just wanted to do a little shout out on that end too about a great job to Sarah, just first tournament ever, and really just showed everyone how great she could be in a tournament setting as well on her own.
Absolutely. Oh man, so many amazing moments tonight, Risa. I gotta say, maybe one of my favorites was just getting a chance to see some of that cultist shine through. Just a little bit of cultist here and there. But I want to hear your thoughts. What was kind of your favorite moment from tonight?
My favorite moment was definitely honestly, I was sneaking sneak peeks on every single player stream, and just whenever they would win a game, you could see just the excitement, or even like before the stream, I was looking at their streams, and they would be really nervous because not just Sarah, but there was a couple of other players here that this was their first tournament ever. So just being able to see that nervousness, excitement, and also happiness from winning, it's just what esports is all about, and I'm glad that they were able to experience it through this tournament as well.
Yeah, thank you so much to our amazing sponsors for this tournament, and also just the cause that we are raising money for, to the Onside Fund, to Women Win, and to Amuka Esports, who is a partner that is going to be holding the Valorant edition of the Women in Leadership Esports Series. There's so much more action to be had. Thank you so much to everybody that donated tonight. You can still donate up through the Valorant tournament happening on April 2nd and 3rd by using exclamation point WW and going to the link provided there. But Risa, any final thoughts before we wrap up for tonight?
No, that is it for me. Thank you, Nekkra, for being an amazing co-host. I had so much fun today, and also just be sure to check out the Valorant edition on April 2nd and 3rd.
Couldn't have said that better myself, Risa. I'm so excited that I got a chance to cast with you, and I had so much fun tonight. Thank you so much to everybody that watched and supported this amazing cause, and for the entire team behind the Women in Leadership Esports Series featuring TFT. Thanks so much for watching, and we hope you have an amazing night.